Okay, the recording has begun. I have 4:05.
Okay, let's call this meeting to order at 4:05, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for our March meeting. Welcome to March. Please call the roll.
Would you like me to read the remote access, etc.?
Yeah, we can start with that.
All
sure.
right. Sunshine Task Force remote regular meeting. Listen, call in public phone number 415-906-4659. Meeting identification 279-551-474#. If you wish to make a statement during general public comment, please press *6 and unmute your telephone to speak. Please press *6 to mute your telephone once you are done with your statement. Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320 declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health Officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org, cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Chair Wolf, do you want to read meeting decorum? You're on mute.
Sorry. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in the threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Okay, please call the roll.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Roll call. Chair Wolf.
Here, present.
Chair Wolf present. Member Neighbors?
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Highland?
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Yankee?
Present.
Member Yankee present. Member Stein? Present. Member Stein present. Member Wong? Member Wong? Member Wong not present. Member Padmanabhan? She mentioned that she might be in India at this time.
Yeah, so she's excused.
Member Padmanabhan is excused. Member LaHood?
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt?
Present.
Member Schmidt present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 7 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, great. Any changes or adjustments to the agenda?
I just want to let you know that in relation to file number 21101, we received a response from the Department of Public Health at about 3:30 this afternoon and included documents. I forwarded it to Ms. Morosky. I told the respondent that the substitute submission was late, but it would be up to the task force to decide if they would include it in.
But are those documents then available to us?
Yeah, I can certainly send them to you right now.
Okay. Well, we'll determine that when we get to that item. Are there any other changes or adjustments to Okay, hearing none, then we will continue on with our agenda. Let's call item 1A.
Item number 1A. Findings to allow teleconference meetings under California Government Code Section 54953, E as in Edward. The task force is expected to consider a motion setting forth findings required under Assembly Bill 361 that would allow the committee to hold the meeting remotely according to the modified Brown Act teleconferencing set forth in AB 361.
Entertain a motion to approve.
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I'd move to approve the attached motion.
Is there a second?
This is Member LaHood. I second the motion.
So moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member LaHood. Just let everyone know we did receive a communication, an advisory from the City Attorney's Office through our legal counsel. Thank you, DCA Price Wolf, advising us to continue to perform this action at our meetings, despite that there was a previous communication through the mayor to not do it or not have to do it. So probably because it hasn't been either repealed or sunsetted yet at the state level. So we'll continue to be doing these, and because there also might be a need for members to continue to meet remotely. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, let's go for public comment. Please wait for Ms. Leger. Any public comment? Last call for public comment. *6 unmutes you. Okay, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong. Member Wong absent. Member Padmanabhan excused. Member Smith.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member LaHood to allow the findings for teleconferencing for remote meetings.
Okay, thank you. Please call next item.
This is Vice Chair Yankee. Just quick point of order. We don't do excused per our bylaws any longer, so we should probably be recording anyone who's absent just as absent.
Okay,
Not differentiating between the two.
very
Yeah.
good. Appreciate you double
Thanks for the
checking on that.
clarification. Thank you.
Sure.
Item number 2, Chair Wolf.
Yes, please.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force January 25, 2022 special meeting.
Any changes or adjustments?
Are there adjustments? July Yankee,
Hearing-
no. All good on these minutes?
All right. So hearing no changes or adjustments to the minutes, let's open it up for public comment. Please wait for Ms. Leger. *6 will unmute you. Any public comment? Last call for public comment. *6. Okay, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? And welcoming Member Wong.
Okay, Bruce, we did not have a motion.
Oh, okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? It's the minutes
Member
for
LaHood, I motion to
the
approve the
special
minutes.
meeting of January 25th.
This is Member LaHood. I'd like to motion to approve the minutes of this February 2nd special meeting.
No, this is January 25th.
Sorry, January 25th special meeting.
Thank you. Moved by Member LaHood. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Member Stein seconds. Okay. We have called for public comment. Didn't have any. There's no further additions from members. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call roll.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong?
Am I supposed to vote on this one since I was out?
Oh, you just appeared. You didn't. Did you hear the motion?
If you're in the meeting, then you either are you're voting. There's no abstentions.
Okay.
I didn't say that. I didn't hear that.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Member Padmanabhan, absent. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Stein to approve the minutes of the special meeting of January 25, 2022.
Okay, just a point of order here, and want to confer with Vice Chair Yankee on this. On our bylaws, on Section 8, voting and abstention, it states each task force member present shall vote yes or no when a question is posed, unless the member is excused from voting by a motion adopted by a majority of the task force members present.
Right. So I think Member Wong needs to vote if she was present. Unless we vote. So I think Member Wong needs to vote for this unless we specifically excuse her from this vote.
Okay. No problem. And she was here. The question came up because she wasn't here earlier. So I just wanted to note that, because that, I think, was in lieu of an automatic excusal, as I was presupposing. And I don't know if Member Highland has a recollection of that too.
Yeah, what would we? This is Vice Chair Yankee. I remember when we last visited this section in the bylaws, we removed anything about an excusal of the entire meeting, but obviously we could excuse someone for a particular vote if that occurs, but we don't differentiate for an absence for the entire meeting, excused or not excused.
Okay, got it. Okie doke. Okay, let's move on to the next item. Please call next item.
Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, February 2nd, 2022 meeting.
Okay, any changes or adjustments to these minutes?
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I have two very small adjustments, Cheryl. And it's for item number 10 and 11. You say note actions taken. I'm assuming you meant no actions taken for both.
Yep, you're right.
Yep.
That's exactly what I meant. Okay.
Anything else?
Anybody else? Thank you, Matthew.
Okay, this time we'll take a motion first and then open up for public comment. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as with the adjustment?
Member Highland here, motion to approve.
Moved by Member Highland. Is there a second?
Member Wong here, I'll second that.
Moved by Member Highland, second by Member Wong. Okay, let's open up for public comment. Please wait for Ms. Leger. *6 will unmute you. This is for the minutes of February 2nd, 2022.
My name is Win Shafilier. I'd like to comment.
Cheryl, please acknowledge that you heard that person.
Yes, I did hear him.
Thank you.
We have other public commenters? Okay, Mr. Hillier, are you ready to begin?
Ready?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Leger. All my comments have to do with item number 6, and I'm asking you to postpone these minutes to the next meeting, postpone their approval because there are substantive changes that I think should be made. A non-substantive change is that my presentation is very badly summarized by Ms. Leger in the minutes, and anticipating this problem, I sent a 150-word summary of my presentation to her that night, the night of that meeting, and it was not included. She told me over email that she didn't think it was necessary to be included or required to be included because it was not a public comment. I agree with that. However, I'm asking you to include them anyway because they're at least accurate. On to the substantive changes. Member Stein's motion was to close the file, not table the file. That's a substantive difference. Another substantive difference is the minutes show no record of a motion for no action to be taken on the 2 questions that were postponed from the October meeting. And those were whether the Behavioral Health Commission is a policy body under the Sunshine Ordinance and whether members providing holdover service should count towards the definition of a meeting in the Sunshine Ordinance. And those 2 were voted on. And there was voted that no action be taken on them. That's an action under parliamentary rules. It's specifically a secondary motion to postpone indefinitely, and it finally disposes of the main motion on which it is made. And you need to include the main motion on the minutes. And I'm citing from Rules of Order, newly revised, 12th edition, paragraph 48:4, subparagraph 6B as in boy, and I quote, "The body of the minutes should contain a separate paragraph for each subject matter and should show : 6, all main motions that were made, ... that were made or taken up,
30 seconds.
except normally any that were withdrawn, stating : ... be the disposition of the motion, ... end quote." So I ask that those changes be made, and they'll have to be made at the next meeting if they're made at all because they're substantive. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Last call. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Members, any further discussion? We have a motion on the floor to approve the minutes.
Member Highland here. Public commenters' comments do worry me, especially since he sent in a summary of what he thought he said, and maybe by the letter of the law, we don't need to include that, but the spirit of the law I think would have at least required a good reading of that and maybe using that as a guide for what was then in our minutes. So I wanted to ask our administrator, did that happen? So Jay?
Question is to you.
Yes, I understand that. Are you asking whether Mr. Hillier's comments were included in the minutes?
I'm asking whether you refer to his summary of what he thought he said in the meeting as you wrote up your summary for the minutes.
My intention was to say what it is I thought he said.
Okay. Did you look at what he sent you when you proofed or before you finalized your draft?
I believe I did.
Okay. I mean, we don't have that in front of us, so.
So let's go to Member Schmidt, and then let's decide how we want to dispose of this. Go ahead, Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I just want to concur with Member Highland about the concern on this, that we get it accurate, and whatever needs to happen, let's make sure it's accurate.
Right,
Yeah.
we can, there could be amendment to do a substitute motion if you want to leave this, leave the minutes open for the next meeting. And so that adjustments can be made onto it that are appropriate.
You want me to just withdraw the original motion and then we could have a substitute? Someone else can make a motion to continue?
Or you can withdraw the motion and then make a new motion.
Okay. Maker of the motion withdraws and makes a motion to continue this to
Does
the call.
the second, hold on, does the second agree?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Member Highland.
A motion to continue this item for further edits.
This is Member Wong. I will second that motion.
Okay, let's be specific that it would be the edits as presented by Mr. Hillier regarding his hearing.
Yes, this is regarding item 6. File number
Okay.
0100 regarding Mr.
And we'll-
comments and substantive actions.
Okay, we're postponing this item to the next meeting, correct? Want to make sure we get that in the motion. And
I made it
Chair
to
Yang.
call, but that's okay.
This is Vice Chair. I would just suggest that we instruct the administrator to listen to the audio to verify whether or not that motion that was suggested actually did occur. I don't recall that occurring. I think that the minutes did capture the actions that we did, but that could be that we missed something. So I'd rather, instead of just going on the comments that were provided here, that we actually listen to the recording, have the administrator do so.
Okay.
I'll accept that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, let's repeat the motion. The motion is moved by Member Highland, second by Member Wong to postpone the minutes of February 2nd, 2022 to the April meeting to include a review of item number 6. What was the file number again?
21000.
21000 for accuracy, and that it be corroborated with the audio.
Yeah.
It was 20100.
20100. Just
20100. Okay.
correct. Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's open up for public comment. Any public comment? *6 will unmute you. Any public comment? Last call, public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Member Schmidt, can you mute yourself, please? The rustling of the papers, thank you.
All right.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? Okay, hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Padmanabhan, excused or absent. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Wong to postpone item number 3, February 2nd, 2022 minutes to the April meeting and instruct the administrator to listen to the tape for accuracy.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's call the next item.
Second. Item number 4, file number 21085, complaint filed by Kevin Carroll, the Hotel Council of San Francisco, and Matthew C. Alvarez against Angela Cavijo, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Administrative Code sections 67.1 and 67.7 by failing to provide fair and equitable access to members of the public. Board of Supervisors Budget of Finance, June 25th, 2021 meeting. Action, shall the task force continue files number 21085 to the April 6, 2022 meeting. The preamble. On October 19, 2021, the complaint committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that this is a public meeting matter, and refer the matter to the task force for hearing because it is unclear if Mr. Carroll and Mr. Alvarez are seeking a violation of due process.
Okay, so the that last part in the opening preamble, the action part should not be there. It's just A. We got communications from the clerk's office that due to the redistricting task force meetings, they're happening at exactly at the same time here. They're going to be unable to make it at this particular time until those meetings are over. So the request was to continue this item until the next month. And because this came too late, we have to put it before the task force to make that decision.
Chair
So
Wolf, this is Victor Young.
Yes.
I'd just like to let you know that there is a continuing conflict with the redistricting task force until mid-April. They're meeting 3 to 4 times a week, and they have already scheduled a meeting on the exact same day as our next board meeting. So if you want to avoid the conflict, you may want to consider a continuation until the May meeting.
Okay. Is there no one in the office available to speak on to represent the office?
All the senior management is required to be at that meeting. Wilson, Ng, Lisa Samara both need to participate in that meeting.
Okay. All right. Members, I'll entertain a motion to continue the item.
This is Member Stein. I'll make a motion to continue the item.
Hello, this is Matthew Alvarez. Are we allowed to make public comments on this matter before a vote is taken?
I will get to that in a moment.
Okay.
Do we have a second? Yes, I heard you, Member Stein, but I'm
No, I
wondering
was going to add until mid-April or as soon as the respondents are available.
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second.
Moved by Member Stein, second by Member Neighbors. And just a moment, I just want to make sure we're getting this in the right. Okay, so our process for this is if the respondent agrees, if the respondent agrees to the continuance, then it'll be granted. If the respondent doesn't agree, then it would come to us for a simple majority vote of the members present to approve the continuance. Let's have the complainant a few moments to have their voice on this. Mr. Carroll, are you here?
Hi, yes.
Okay.
Hi, this is Kevin Carroll. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. Yes, I just wanted to say we've been waiting since last July 13th to really have this discussed. And for us, it was postponed a couple times in the fall. We finally had it heard by committee in October. And now we're hearing that it could be postponed maybe April, maybe May. And I don't think that's a fair way to handle this in the sense that in our last committee hearing, I think there were 3 or possibly 4 people from the clerk's office on that call when we went through committee. So I frankly don't understand why we have to wait now, possibly till April, and now I heard the suggestion till May. So for us, we feel like we've been waiting patiently to be heard, and we're actually coming up on the next budget season now because it's been over 7 months where this first happened. So for us, we feel strongly about why we submitted this complaint, and we feel like we should have an opportunity to have it heard without waiting indefinitely now for several more months because of the redistricting task force. So, and I don't know, Matthew's on the line too, so I don't know, Matthew, just say that.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're a complainant.
Complainant, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
no, I'd like to just
give you a minute.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure. No, just I want to echo Kevin's comments here. This is the type of issue that has citywide ramifications. What is an accusation of just a completely unfair treatment of certain people when it came to public comment at a very important budget meeting, and again, citywide implications. So it's a really pressing, important matter because of those citywide implications. Plus, like Kevin said, I mean, this is the budget is starting. The budget hearings are starting again soon, and we need the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to come to a conclusion on this issue. That the city clerk's office couldn't spare an employee. I think I don't want to read into that too much, but I don't understand why they can't send someone. And even more, I don't know why the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force can't listen to this hearing and hear on this matter, without them here. There's no dispute about the facts. And we're here, we're ready to talk, and I think very strongly that this issue should be heard today by you all.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further discussion? Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you. I do understand the concern with delaying this as an extended delay. I would point out that the committee hearing doesn't necessarily get into all the merits of the case, and so what occurred there may not be enough information for us as a full task force to consider. That being said, I could certainly understand and appreciate the concern with delaying this all the way till May. I think this request come in timely for this meeting from the respondent, but probably, obviously they wouldn't have known how we were going to act on it. So maybe as a compromise, we continue it only until April. And even though I know that might be difficult for the clerk's office to find someone, I would think that in a month they might be able to find one person and brief them on this matter to send. So this way it isn't an extended delay, but it does offer the chance for us to hear the full facts of the matter. That's all I have.
Member Schmidt.
I tend to agree with Member Yankee on that. I really feel like, well, I mean, I know that they're standing in line behind others, but the delay here is pretty extraordinary, and they're coming up on another budget season. It just shouldn't have to wait that long. I do think that I'm not quite sure if the readout on the ruling is completely what we decided on. I think that in terms of substance, because we heard this in our committee, I think this one could go either way. And I think there's potential violation or two in this. And so it is a substantive hearing. But yeah, going 2 months, I think is too deferential to the clerk's office. That's all.
Okay, Member Highland. Unmute, please.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go back to, I think Victor Young filled us in on the respondent's request to delay this meeting. Could I hear that again, Victor? When did they ask you?
I believe that Mr. Ng made the request for continuance. This is Victor Young. I believe Mr. Ng made the request for continuance as soon as he received notice of hearing.
Which was?
Approximately, I don't know the exact date, but I would assume at least 2 weeks ago, maybe. But as soon as we sent out the notice of hearings, he responded with a request for continuance, stating the conflict with other meetings, the redistricting task force, who is currently meeting 3 to 4 times a week, many hours a day. And we are, the clerk's office is a part of those meetings. Both Mr. Ng and our other deputy, Elisa Samara.
Okay. Were the petitioners informed of this request?
Yes, they were, but they would not. They did not agree with the continuance.
Okay. Well, traditionally we support the petitioners on this. That's what this body is here for. So I understand what Matt Yankee's saying, but I'd like to be even more on their side if at all possible. And not even maybe can we do April, but absolutely formally demand that they show up in April, and whether it's a certain time slot on our agenda, but they need to have somebody there. And I wish we could hear this in committee, in the next week or two. But I think this is a matter that needs to go before the full task force, so to hear the merits. So I guess that's not an option unless members think it is. That might allow us to schedule it in committee and not conflict with the respondents' timetable. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Thank you.
Before we go back to Vice Chair Yankee, just for your information, I received a notice on February 23rd regarding the communication received by our office, and that Mr. Alvarez was contacted and objected to a continuance.
And just one last point, Victor, are they meeting right now as we speak?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I'd like to direct you to page P42, which is the response from the respondent on this matter. Go ahead, Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to clarify for the record that the notice of appearance for this was sent out by Cheryl on February 23rd at 11:31 a.m. and the clerk's office responded at 3:27 p.m. on the same day, so slightly less than 4 hours later, with this request for continuance. So I do think that's a very timely response to it with the request. And so I do like Member Highland's suggestion of perhaps we set a specific time at the April meeting that we tell them to be there so that there's for sure no conflicts. But I'm inclined to continue this to April, but no further than that.
Okay, any other discussion, members? Should we open up public comment? We have a motion on the floor.
Well, I just want to say quickly, this is Member Stein, that I just think there are some complicated issues here. I fully understand the feelings of the complainant and not wanting this to drag on and potentially affect another round of participation in budget discussions. At the same time, I think it's a fairly complicated issue, and I do very much appreciate having the respondent be there to field some questions about it and to maybe help us kind of think about what it is that they're trying to achieve and whether that can be done without the equity, the lack of equity that may be there in how the participation process is handled. So that's why I'm in favor of continuing it.
Okay, let's open up for public comment. We come back if there's any other adjustments or changes. Please wait for Ms. Leger. For all public commenters, *6 will have you unmute. And this is not including the parties.
Hi, it's Kevin Carroll. I just wanted to make sure I could at least make a statement on this, that for us to hear that we don't think it's that complicated of an issue.
Point of order,
Mr. Carroll, please. You had your opportunity to speak. Let the task force do its diligence, and if we have any questions for you, we'll be sure to call on you. Thank you. Any public comment? Last call for public comment. *6 will unmute you. Okay, public comment is closed. Members, any last thoughts? Any questions for the complainant?
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I would just note that I believe the motion on the floor was actually to continue it to May, and so if we wanted to make it sooner.
April.
Is it April? I thought you said mid-April, and our meeting would actually be early April. Would be the first Wednesday in April. So,
Member Stein.
Sorry, I thought I just said continue to April or when the respondents are available.
You actually said May.
I did? Okay.
But that's what I thought. So.
Okay.
You said April or May. Anyway.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to say that motion, April or May?
No.
Your motion?
No. I guess, can I amend that to say till April?
Okay. And the second, you agree?
What about the rest? The rest of the motion. So are you cutting that part off about the availability of the respondents?
I have the motion to remove by Member Stein, second by Member Neighbors, to continue the matter until May 2022 hearing due to the redistricting of the Board of Supervisors hearings.
Oh no, I can also withdraw it if somebody else wants to make a more complicated motion about how to handle the relationship. I'm fine with that. Just withdrawing it.
You're withdrawing your motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw it and let somebody else make a fresh motion.
Okay, so Member Stein withdraws her motion. Is there a motion on the floor? Is there a motion to continue?
All right, this is Vice Chair Yankee. I will move to continue to the April meeting and require that the clerk's office send a representative to that meeting and request the administrator work with the clerk's office to arrange a time slot that we could set it at on the agenda that would work best for both parties.
Okay, is there a second?
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Neighbors to continue file number 21085 to the April meeting and to have the administrator confer with the respondent on a slot during the meeting that a representative can be available. Sound right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's open up for public comment. *6 unmutes you for public comment. Please wait for Ms. Leger. Any public comment? Last call for public comment. *6 will unmute you. Okay, public comment is closed. Members, any last thoughts? Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, Ms. Leger, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Pavanabhan is absent. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved on by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Neighbors to continue the matter to the April Sunshine Task Force meeting and request that the administrator concur with the respondent to find a time slot that would work for both parties.
Very good. Thank you. Since we're a little early and we start public comment at or after 5 p.m., I'll entertain a motion to recess until 5 p.m.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I'll move it. Chair moves to recess till 5 p.m. Seconded by Member Stein. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, any public comment on the motion to recess? Any public comment? Last call. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed.
I didn't. Sorry.
Yeah, all those, this one, it's not substantive. We can do it just by a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. We are in recess till 5 p.m.
Chair Wolf, who seconded this?
It was Member Stein.
All right, okay.
And so everybody please mute your microphones at least. Thank you. Okay, 5 o'clock. Ms. Leger, please call the roll. Ms. Leger.
Sorry, I was muted. Member Schmidt? Member LaHood? Member Wong?
Aye. Member LaHood's here, sorry.
Okay.
Member Wong's here.
Member Wong is here. Terrific. Member Stein?
Here.
Member Stein present. Vice Chair Yankee?
Present.
Vice Chair Yankee present. Member Highland?
Present.
Highland present. Member Neighbors?
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Chair Wolf?
Present.
Chair Wolf present. I'm going to try member Schmidt again. All right. Well, we have 7 present, so we have a quorum.
Okay. Please note Member Schmidt being absent, and when he comes back, we'll recognize his presence again. Okay, we still have a quorum. Let's pick up on item number 5.
Item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
And just to repeat, not on today's agenda. Thank you.
Member Schmidt present at 5:02. Okay.
My name's Winship Hillier. I'd like to comment.
Okay. Do we have other public commenters? Mr. Hillier, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to inform you of a matter of malfeasance or nonfeasance on the behalf of your administrator, and I make specific reference to an occurrence at the February meeting. Item number 2 on that meeting was approval of the January minutes from your January regular meeting. I gave public comment on that item, and I asked for 3 amendments, 2 inserting 150-word summaries of my comments into the minutes, and 1 about the minutes properly reflecting the order in which events occurred, because at that January meeting, item number 9 on the agenda had been moved up to item number 5, and it was in fact called in that order. But the minutes showed that it's still being called as number 9, way down at the bottom. So I asked for postponement, and Chair Wolf said no postponement was necessary because those were not substantive changes, and I agree. However, the administrator, after it then went for a vote, and you approved the January minutes with the changes that I had suggested, all 3 of them, and the administrator did not make the changes. She only made 1 of the changes. She substituted 1 of my 150-word summaries for one of my for her summary of my public comment, and did not substitute the other, and did not move item 9 up to item 5. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Any other public comment? Last call for public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Let's move to our next item.
Item number 6, file number 21094, complaint filed by William Peters against the Police Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.8-1, 6721, 6724H, California Government Code Section 54956.9 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 19, 2021, the Complaint Committee found jurisdiction. The records are public and noted that the request seems to be a duplicate request for information in a case that was already heard by the task force, as well as the request for reconsideration.
Okay, thank you.
This is member
Before we
Stein.
go, hold on a moment, please. Before we move forward on this, I just want to make sure both parties are present. Mr. Peters? *6 will unmute you. Is the respondent here, represented from the Police Commission?
Yes, Sergeant Youngblood.
Speak up, please. Sorry.
Sergeant Youngblood from the Police Commission.
Very good, thank you. Is the petitioner, the complainant, present? Mr. Peters? Okay. Okay, since the, Ms. Leger, did you receive any communications from Mr. Peters as to whether he was going to be present or not?
No, nothing.
Okay. As per our complaint procedure, Section 7B, if the complainant fails to appear at an SOTF or committee hearing regarding their complaint without prior communication, the matter may be filed and dismissed without prejudice. Complaints dismissed without prejudice are considered closed and no further actions are to be taken. The complainant shall be notified of the action and may request that their complaint be reopened in writing, and if requested within 60 days, the complainant may also refile the complaint on a future date. The task force or its chairperson shall determine if the complaint shall be reopened. What's your pleasure, members?
Come on now.
Can we have no additional conversation, please? Well, the meeting is in session, and would appreciate all folks on the phone to please mute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you. Members, how do you want to proceed? Member Schmidt.
Oh, I'll defer to Member Stein.
Oh.
Member Stein, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that I wasn't sure it was entirely clear in the packet or from how Cheryl read it that this is I consider this a duplicate request for information that's already been heard by the full task force, and and the request for reconsideration was also heard by the full task force. And this is essentially a request made by somebody who submitted materials in the previous request. And when that was denied to that complainant, that person then submitted their own request for the same information with the same arguments. So I'm for closing this. I mean, I guess we can do it without, any kind of prejudice, but at the same time, I do think that this is a complaint that should not be brought and should not be reheard.
We can't really discuss the merits of the case. Okay. Right now, we're dealing specifically with an absence
Okay.
of the complainant failing to appear. That is really the only thing that we can discuss that's before us. So I would have us defer to our rules. Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I agree with Member Stein. There doesn't seem to be any rule that we can use here. But when we saw it in our committee, it was just basically a friend of Core's whose petition was denied, trying to bring the same petition. So it's not. I mean, I'm not going to. Whether or not we can consider merits, I certainly think that we should dismiss this thing.
Okay, so they just, without bringing up any further details about the case, the complainant failed to appear. Is there a motion? Is there any action to be taken on this time?
Member Highland here, motion to dismiss without prejudice.
Okay, moved by Member Highland. Is there a second?
This is Member Wong. I will second the motion.
Okay, moved by Member Highland, second by Member Wong to file the matter and dismiss without prejudice, and to have our just an extension to have Section 7B be activated for the purposes of contacting the complainant. Any Member Schmidt, do you still have your hand up?
No.
No. Okay. Anything else, members? Should we move to public comment? Okay, public comment on this item other than the parties. *6 will unmute you. Last call for public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, Ms. Leger, please call the roll.
Just to clarify, was it Member Wong that seconded this motion? I didn't hear it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Okay. Member Padmanabhan, absent. Member LaHood? Aye. Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Wong to dismiss the matter without prejudice and have the petitioner review Section 7, that it be activated for the purposes of contacting the complainant.
Very good, thank you. Please call the next item.
Item number 7, file number 21101, complaint filed by Liza Morosky against the Department of Public Health for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6715 and 6721 by failing to provide meeting minutes upon request and failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On November 9, 2021, the Education Outreach and Training Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction if the requested records are public and to refer the matter to the task force for hearing with the recommendation for a violation of 6721C by failing to provide the requester assistance in identifying the requested records. Per the request of Chair Highland, Administrative Code 12L.2 has been included in the minutes of the hearing.
Okay, let's make sure the parties are here. Ms. Morosky, are you present?
Present, yes.
Okay. Is there a representative from the Department of Public Health?
Yes, Sophie Tran, here on the behalf of San Francisco Department of Public Health as the interim custodian of records.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Tran.
Thank you. Okay. This item that came through EOT, Chair Highland, would like to offer a brief.
Not really. I don't have much to add to this. Just that the members already discussed 12L because I think it falls into that category.
Okay. All right, let's proceed. This will run our regular process. Just for everybody's edification, both parties will have 5 minutes for opening statements. After each party, I will ask for any additional witnesses or persons to provide any additional facts or evidence, of which, if there are any, those parties will become party to that position on this item, and will not be able to speak during public comment when a motion is made. None of the parties are allowed during that point. After the opening testimonies, the task force will go into discovery, asking any questions, clarifications with regards to the details and merits of the case. Thereafter, there will be 3 minutes for each party to provide rebuttals, with the respondent going first and the petitioner going second. Thereafter, the task force will go into deliberations to determine the disposition of the matter. And if there is one, a motion will be made. There'll be a public comment other than parties, and the task force will vote. So, Ms. Leger, when you are ready, Ms. Morosky, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Please wait for Ms. Leger, and she will time you. You'll have 5 minutes for your opening. Thank you.
I'll do my best to give you a 30-second warning. Are you ready to begin?
I am, thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Just for clarification, for this complaint 21101, this is for documentations of public board meetings, public board meetings for Conard House. Also, the RAD conversion documentation, as well as our rights to the conversion and the documentation that should be placed in the building when they're doing construction, and the duration of time is 7 years. The other end of this is today I received at about 3:40 several PDFs that were information not pertaining to this. The other information is pertaining to case management ratio to client-centered care. I've requested that information over 5 years ago, and it was not specific to Conard, to DPH. It was specific to all private and non-private entities that are serving those unhoused all the way up to SROs. This was given to me in writing in a blueprint by Veronica Vane. In 2018, Mr. Heasley, the then acting CEO, sent me a threatening letter asking me that if I'm looking for this information, that I should seek legal counsel, and that otherwise I'm using tactics to spread complaints about them. Our building, as you can see, I sent several pages of evidence of the conditions and the environments within our building. This is a 100% protected building. That means it has people with disabilities, both physical and mental health challenges. And we continue to have inconsistencies with DPH, last-minute responses, no time to look at those responses to have a proper rebuttal, and it's outdated, and it's not what I asked for this particular case 21101. Again, showing the incompetency of getting these records at the cost of people's lives. So I don't know what the delay is and why I think the other complaint I'm seeking, and I hope that we can get some clarity, is that we are funding several millions, billions of dollars into supportive housing and mental health care without any data. BPH cannot present in any form the data of how we're contracting third parties out. Where is this money going, and how are we seeing people with extreme intensive case management all the way up to social acceptance and reentry? There is no data. So that means, how do we know where the funding is going? And why has this been a question since 2015? That's how long I've been asking for this information on all these sectors. The last complaint that I have filed under Conard is to release medical information stating that I threatened to kill somebody and I'm holding the building hostage. So you have 3 different complaints here, and they were all put into a blueprint by Veronica Vane. And ever since she has left without any notice to me or to you, this is where we are now. And I'm receiving a notice of 5 different PDFs at 3:40. I don't think that's acceptable. And the data on it is not data that I requested. It's outdated, and it's a manufactured piece of paper to keep me quiet. And I'm not going to stay quiet, not when there's too many lives at risk here. And I would hope that the board would, or the task force, would recognize the urgency of my request month after month, year after year. And they have not shown up 3 times. And still I'm not receiving the information that I need. And I'm surprised as a city and as concerned citizens, we're not requesting this information be public. That's all I have to say. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner or the complainant? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Tran, you will have 5 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Lachey. Thank you.
Ms. Tran, are you ready?
Yes.
You may begin.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm Sophie Tran, here on the behalf of San Francisco Department of Public Health as the interim custodian of record. I'm joined today by Alexander Jackson, acting director of BHS Adult and Older Adult System of Care, and Natalie Pojman as an additional interim custodian of record. Please note that the custodian of record that was initially CC'd on this complaint left SFDPH at the end of 2021. In addition, the custodian of record who joined the November 9th Education Outreach and Training Committee meeting has also left the department. Most of our historical knowledge about this complaint is limited to the supplemental supporting document we have been provided. We first wanted to apologize. I was able to review the November committee hearing notes and understand there was outstanding item on to Ms. Morawski that were not provided in a timely fashion. Apologies again. Earlier today, we emailed Ms. Morawski and the committee and the commission the following documents: Conrad House funding notification, Conrad budget summary, the Conrad Appendix A1, Conrad Appendix A2, and the current House 6.30.18 final audit. We recognize that Ms. Morawski and the commissioners likely did not have the time to review all the material in advance. When the outstanding item came to our attention, we quickly began our internal search for the requested documents. In addition, on May 5th, 2021, Ms. Moraski submitted a request to Conrad House for a record submitted to the city clerk. On May 7, 2021, and Quentin, the CEO of Conrad House, provided a response. The Department of Public Health does not have a record of what response or responsive record Ms. Quentin provided. On August 12, 2021, Ms. Moraski filed a complaint with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force that Conrad House and by association, the Department of Public Health failed to provide meeting minutes upon request. Specifically, meeting minutes from the Conrad House board meeting held on May 5th, 2021. Ms. Quentin of Conrad House submitted a written response to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and Ms. Moraski regarding the complaint, stating that they are a private entity organization and the Sunshine Ordinance is not applicable to their organization. Conrad House also wrote that although the Department of Public Health provides some funding to the organization, receipt of city funding does not change their status as a private entity. As far as we are aware, the Department of Public Health was not included on Ms. Moraski May 5th record request to the city clerk. However, our department has provided request responsive record to her via next request at other times in 2021. Case numbers 21-2850, 21-2851, 21-2852, and 21-2853. Once we were made aware of this complaint, the Department of Public Health made a reasonable effort to identify the responsive meeting minutes Ms. Moraski seeks, but we have not been able to identify any record. Thank you for the time to respond to our committee on this item. Alex, would you like to provide additional information?
Hello, can you?
Okay, so we only have one person speak at a time for this portion. I will now call for any additional persons or witnesses to provide any additional facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent. This is the time that you may step up to speak. Who's speaking?
Hi, this
is
Alex Jackson. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, please wait for Ms. Leger, and the clock is for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sir, I did not hear your name. Could you repeat it, please?
Oh, this is Alex Jackson. I'm with Department of Public Health, Behavioral Health. And,
are you ready to begin, sir? Hello? Are you ready to begin speaking?
Sure, but I was a part of the comment with Sophie. Did that change?
No, you have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that I'm well, hi, everyone. Alex Jackson here. I'm the acting director for the Behavioral Health Adult and Older Adult Systems of Care. And we oversee the contract with Conrad House. And that includes supportive housing and outpatient services. We have several supportive housing sites. That includes the Jordan, Plaza, Lyric, Midori, Washburn, and the El Dorado hotels, and several co-op apartments around the city. So basically what our role is in this is that we oversee basically the clinical services that are on site. And so through a contract through Conard. And basically this focuses on clinical services, case management, mental health services. There's a total of 450 clients across all of these supportive housing units. And not every resident receives mental health services. It's voluntary, and you have to meet specialty mental health services criteria. And I think there's some confusion that happens too with the fact that there's a property management associated with each residence or site. And then we have our supportive housing staff that provide the outpatient services. And so I'm just here to be able to try to answer any questions and provide, some insight about the relationship between behavioral health and Conard House. That's it.
Are there any other persons to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent?
Hi, my name is Natalie Poyman. I'm also an interim custodian of record. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please wait for Ms. Leger because she'll start the clock.
Okay.
Are you ready, Ms. Poyman?
I am.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Natalie Poyman with the San Francisco Department of Public Health, interim custodian of record. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I just wanted to clarify in terms of the documents we provided earlier today, which again, we really apologize for the delay. That was following up from the November committee hearing where there was discussion about what would be possible for us to what documents we would be in our purview, and that was decided upon. So we tried to provide those documents related to the budget and contract to the best of our abilities today. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, members, just a clarification. The original complaint that was submitted was against Conard House and the Department of Health, and specifically naming Ann Quaintance, the CEO of Conard Mental Health. So just wanted to be clear that even though Department of Health is here representing them, that Conard House is the named party also on this hearing. I have Member Schmidt. You go first. Mute. You're unmute. Unmute.
Okay. Thank you. On that point, I'm looking at the request and the complaint that are before us today. And I have a question for Ms. Morawski, which is, when you submitted the public records request that we're discussing today, you submitted it to Conard House, correct?
I'm sorry, could you please rephrase the question? I was unmuting myself.
Oh, okay. The public records request that you made, and I think it's back in May of last year, you submitted that to Conard House, correct?
Correct. And then, may I answer? Is it okay?
Yes.
That's correct. And also we decided that, as you just heard, they were contracted out. So that does hold them accountable. And the individual from DTA.
I'm just wondering when you sent a request, request in May, you sent it to Conard House, right?
Initially, yes, correct.
Okay. And then you when you made it, I'm just going to hold you to the question I'm asking. Okay. When you made a complaint to the task force, because you didn't get the records from Connaught House. The complaint you made was against Connaught House, correct? And Ann Quaintance. When you made it in August, you made a complaint, and you made a complaint against Connaught House and Ann Quaintance, correct?
That's correct. And the last time we visited this, a person from DPH who represents Connaught specifically was supposed to be here. That's why we delayed this particular case.
You said somebody from Public Health was representing Connaught House? What do you mean by that?
Maybe Ms. Leisure can help me. When this came up for hearing last time, we were asked to postpone it because a representative that specializes with the Department of Public Health with Connaught was supposed to be present. Ms. Leisure, can you verify that for me?
That's how I remember it, but I'd have to take a look at the minutes.
See,
So,
my point here is,
we've already come to the point where DPH.
If you look at the file, there was a point, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Morosky, but there was a point where Ms. Leger recommended to you that you should request records from the Department of Public Health, correct?
That's correct. After Connaught
And
reviewed,
did you ever make a request to the Department of Public Health for the records you're seeking?
Yes.
You did. And what was the date of that request?
Oh my God, it was years ago.
This
has been ongoing.
I don't know if you see, we don't have your request to the Department of Public Health, I don't think, anywhere in a file. And also the complaint that you have brought before us here today, I believe it's only based on the May request to Connaught House. Am I right?
You may be correct. This may be a newer one. I apologize. It's been a very long duration of time, and there's several open. And DPH, like I said, hasn't been present for 3 of these hearings. So
because you're hoping that you can get the records from Connaught House. I think, and that's why I'm wondering. I don't think there's anyone here speaking for Connaught House, but they're the party that you sought records from, and so in essence, there's a case that you have against Connaught House. Correct?
Again, from my recognition, for the way I remember it, is I filed it and it went to them and they declined. So Connaught refused, so then we went to DPH.
When you say you went to DPH, what do you mean by that?
I then filed under the umbrella a complaint with DPH involved. Because
you filed a complaint?
Contracts Connaught. And then we received a letter from the Department of Public Health stating that this particular woman from the Department of Public Health that represents Connaught was going to be on leave until the end of January, and would we please revisit rescheduling it? And
you got that in writing? I'm wondering what you mean when you say they represent Connaught. Is that in written form? Did someone say that word represent, like they're an advocate, legal representative? What do you mean by represent? Where does that come from? Let me move. I'm going to go ahead and ask the Department of Public Health because they're here. If either of you can identify whether the Department of Public Health ever received a public records request from this complainant.
Hi, this is Natalie Poyman again.
Yes.
So we had a request number 212852 that Ms. Morosky filed on June 9th, 2021, where she asked for housing ladder placements, RAD project, RAD transfers, and Section 8 vouchers. We did a thorough search of our files through our behavioral health services team and did not have responsive records. And so we had indicated that to her on June 16th, 2021. And to clarify, Mr. Jackson, who's joined us today, he's from our behavioral health services team, and he is the subject matter expert that we joined, had here on the call to speak to the Department of Public Health nature of our relationship with Conard House. And that's the appropriate, so that's who Mr. Jackson is. Thank you.
Well, the request that was made to you, and what was the date of that request? To the request that you're saying was made to Public Health, what's the date of that request?
That was June 9th, 2021.
Okay. Do you see that request anywhere in our file?
Oh, sir, I need to look.
Is it your understanding that request is part of what we're trying to discuss here today? Because I don't see it in the file.
Yeah, I've had, as I mentioned, we've gone through some staffing changes, and so I have had trouble with kind of reviewing the documents and understanding. That was my initial understanding, was that this request had been made and that there were no responsive records, and that's what this was. But I as I said, we've had these staffing changes, and I'm not certain about that.
Okay. That's
I'd
all.
like to,
So I
For now,
apologize.
that's all the questions I have for now.
so I have a few questions. This is Chair Wolf. Ms. Morosky, your complaint here is regarding records requesting public records and public meeting information. So this is regarding minutes and submissions that you were refused from a Conard House public board meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I have in the past received minutes from them. So I don't know why they are denying this. And actually, I found the woman that was supposed to represent. Her name is Tamaka. That was who is the Conard House DPH specialist that works with Conard. And that is who I received the email from.
Okay. All right, we'll get to that in a moment. So I'm of the mind, having read through this and just getting confirmation that the subsequent request in June is not applicable for this particular hearing. This particular hearing was specifically around a public meeting or a meeting regarding Conard House and not receiving minutes.
You are correct.
Okay, so let's not confuse the two with regards to the RAD conversion and all of that. We're not here to hear that today. Okay, the next question
of us. They took several surveys, and I asked for the survey responses, and they refused to acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you. And were those surveys at that meeting?
At the meeting, they were given to us independently as residents throughout the Conard system. And when I asked for the results on that, they refused to give us the results.
Okay.
So it was about the that were private. Yeah, so it was, I just wanted to know what their outcomes were. And also, when people go to their public meetings, they address the problems that they're having. And this doesn't, why are we not allowed to see this
I understand that. I understand that, Ms. Morosky, but we can only consider what you had specifically requested with regards to this complaint. If it's for items outside of the complaint that you have filed with us here, then we can't consider those. We can only consider what you have requested in the complaint. So I
Right,
just
this
wanted,
has nothing to do with red. Yeah, this particular complaint is exactly how you described it.
okay, great, thank you. And a question for Mr. Jackson. You stated, and I also heard from Ms. Tran that Conard House is an independent nonprofit or private nonprofit entity. But at the same time, I heard that DPH contracts with Conard House for outpatient and supportive services, and which includes clinical services, case management, et cetera. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And
okay, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, very good.
Organization that we contract with, and the former system of care manager that oversaw the contract, her name is Tamiko Aya, and she reports to me, and so that's why I'm here representing our interest,
okay.
as part of behavioral health.
Okay, we appreciate that, and thank you for attending in that stead. So who owns Conard House?
Conard
Who are
House
you
is
asking?
their own entity. Okay, I don't know who's answered. But
No, I'm asking Mr. Jackson.
Yeah. So they're their own community-based organization, a nonprofit.
Okay, and they provide services at multiple locations, or is it just this one Conard House?
No, at multiple locations. They have contracts with both DPH and HSH. Housing and supportive, homeless and supportive housing, and so their portfolio is, as I mentioned, several supportive housing sites, and they also have cooperative apartments at a dozen or so locations that serve about 68 residents. So altogether in their portfolio with us around supportive housing, we're talking about 450 residents that we serve.
Okay, thank you.
Not all get mental health services, but they're all eligible for those services if needed.
And last question pertaining to the matter of detail on this complaint. Do they have their own public meetings that residents are able to attend?
Each supportive housing site, there's of course, a property management team, but there's also a supportive housing and community services team. And so at some sites, they do have, regular like educational and group activities.
But does the Conard House Incorporated, their board of directors, do they have a meeting that the public or the residents are able to attend?
Oh, like for them to come to their board of directors meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that, but
okay. Thank you. Member Stein?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for DPH. And this is kind of related to, taking a close look at the SF Administrative Code 12L.4, which requires that these kind of entities have public meetings twice a year. But it's kind of silent on exactly what protocol those public meetings follow. It's kind of silent on whether agendas and minutes for those meetings need to be made available. And it's also silent on whether city and state laws applying to public meetings would also apply here. And then, of course, there's a requirement that certain financial records be disclosed to the city when they're contracting with these kind of entities related to certain financial information, but, there's no mention there of board meeting minutes. So I have some questions for DPH, trying to understand maybe how you all might deal with that code in your contracts with independent service providers. So does your contract with Conard House, if you're familiar with it, address their requirement to hold these public meetings twice a year?
Alex, are you able to answer that question?
Did we lose him?
Maybe we lost him.
Let's see. I think we maybe.
And did you didn't include the contract you have with Conard House, did you, in your late filing that we haven't seen?
I believe let's see. I don't believe.
I don't believe we included because we're not sure that was requested of us.
No, it just would help us in understanding what your expectations are from Conard House and how much guidance you're giving them about the public meetings that they're supposed to hold twice a year, or the financial information that they're supposed to make available to DPH. That's why I'm asking.
Well, yeah, we'll have to contact our contracts audit team for more information there. I don't have that. We don't have that available at this moment. Apologies.
And I just ask about that because when I read in the SF administrative code that an entity that's being contracted with like this has to have a public meeting twice a year, I'm immediately wondering, well, does that mean that they need to follow city and state procedures related to public meetings, like making sure that agendas are available in advance so that people who attend those meetings can bone up on the issues and comment on them, or whether people should then be able to request anything that was the result of the meeting or passed out at the meeting as a public record, right? So I would love to know if you give them any guidance about what a public meeting is. And then I also am wondering, in your view, would the budgetary information related to RAD funds be part of the budgetary information that Conard House is supposed to make available publicly?
Alex, do you have a sense on this one?
I just hop back on here. That one's a challenge because different supportive housing sites have different funders, if you will. So that if we're talking about the Jordan, for example, most of those clients or not clients, but I should say residents are under Section 8. And so that's where I think, RAD and the conversion to Section 8, that's going to be different than the rest of the supportive housing sites that I referenced earlier. Also I'll back up a little bit to the board of directors meetings that there was a request. That's what I understand. The May 5th request was for those meeting minutes from the Conard board of directors, and that was the thing that was denied. But we certainly can look at providing more guidance around those meetings, and just since I've been involved with over the past few years, I don't recall us getting into the weeds about the board of director meetings, but I'm happy to follow up on that.
Yeah, I don't mean to get into the weeds, but my understanding was that this meeting in which minutes was requested was one of the public meetings. Maybe I don't have that correctly. But then the administrative code is a little bit vague on what rules then apply to the public meeting. I would normally assume that rules of public meetings are rules of public meetings, but I don't know if that is made clear anywhere to Conard House. And then there also, of course, is this requirement about budget information being available. And so that's why I wondered, from your view, what you expect to see in a nonprofit organization's budget, that, what should be in that budget that's publicly available. Are they just kind of chunking out a budget in relation to the services they're providing to the city, or do you expect to be able to look at anything affecting their budget?
Not to be rude, but I can answer both of those questions. Otherwise,
Okay.
I wouldn't be.
We're running a little bit long. I just want to interrupt. We're running a little bit long on this. I want to make sure we keep to the focus of the complaint, which was with regards to the
These are
meeting.
about the complaint. It's clear evidence that I have sent in, and I'm not being disrespectful. I have received Conard Public Board meetings from June and in the past. They are now declining to give them to me. About 7 years ago, through the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, we did bring it to Conard's attention. They have to have one every 6 months. They didn't post it. Now they post it, and now they're denying the minutes because there was a lot of information that was disclosed during the public, and they're refusing to give it. The RAD conversion, you are incorrect. Not everybody has a Section 8 housing. This is why I'm bringing it to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, because they're getting away with a lot of loopholes and not having to show the budgetary breakdowns nor the residential breakdowns. Thank you for the clarification time.
Okay, we've got some other speakers. Member Stein,
Okay,
if we can.
Those
hold
were all
on.
my questions. I feel like I didn't quite get any answers, but thank you.
Okay.
I mean,
All right,
from DPH, yeah.
We can come back to you if we have a little bit more time. But
Well,
we
if
have 2 more
DPH has
speakers.
anything to add later, I would like to hear it, but yes.
Well, I would suggest that they respond now, since we're on that particular subject matter. DPH, do you
Yeah.
have any more to respond on that? Go ahead.
Well, I just think that we're just trying to clarify what the asks are, because there's several supportive housing sites. And if we're just talking about just one particular site, that's one thing to clarify. And then within, and I think we're talking about the Jordan here, and that just within the Jordan, that there might be units that DPH through behavioral health contracts for a particular unit, but there could also be other units that we don't. So some buildings are a mix of residents, and so I don't know if that could be a firewall, but I'm happy to follow up with Ann and the team at Conard for more information.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah. This is kind of getting back to what Member Schmidt was asking for. I just want to make sure that I'm concentrating here on what specifically is part of this complaint and what might be in other complaints. So Ms. Morawski, I'm looking at, I don't know if you have access to the PDF, but I'm looking at the document with a number at the bottom. It says P126, and I just want to verify that this is what specifically this complaint is about and what you had requested in this specific complaint, because I see in other pages stuff from like a year prior to that I'm not sure is really relevant to this particular hearing. So do you have access to the PDF file, and could you look at P126 and confirm that that's specifically what we're discussing in this hearing?
Am I off mute?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. And I'm sorry, are you referring to the ones that were just sent to me from DPH?
No. If you go to the posted agenda and click on it, it'll open up a PDF file with all the stuff that was submitted prior. And I think it's PDF page 18, and it has, like I said, P126 126 at the bottom. And I just want to make sure that was the initial request that prompted this complaint. And then while you look for it, I'll just read it here. And it says, "Hi, hope you're well. Could you please send me all the documents from the public board meeting that have been submitted to the city clerk for public record? This should include all the photos I submitted. Also, please request from the board on my ask to public record and to me directly. Also, Conard's memo states that the recap from the mediators will not be in public record. Then they should not participate in that capacity. Report back what was said. Why is this not documented? This makes no sense, as it's basically a waste of the public's time. Could you please send me Conard's written protocols on public community Conard board meetings, not the instructions sent to limited residents within Conard?" So I think this is specifically what we're talking about here, because I know you talked about funding. It sounds like budget stuff, but I'm not seeing that particularly.
No, this is just as the second member had brought up. This is specifically about receiving minutes and the results of information they're taking from us and not giving it. That's it. It's, a lot of these things have been presented and have been brought up at these meetings, and then yet they're not going on public record, and we're not allowed to get a copy. And that is why we're here.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's everything in that particular email. Got it. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any last questions, members? Okay, I'm going to be the last one then. Mr. Jackson, are you familiar with the or do you handle the contracts for the supportive services that DPH contracts with the nonprofits with?
Yes.
Okay. Do you provide guidance in those contracts regarding Administrative Code 12L, Sunshine Ordinance for nonprofit organizations?
No, I don't think so. I mean, at least I haven't in my dealings.
Who prepares those contracts?
We have another unit, our contract development and technical assistance unit, that there's actually a contract manager that provides that guidance and technical assistance. And so that would be who's working with Conard on that particular part of the contract. As a system of care representative, what we focus on is really the deliverables, the actual services that are being delivered.
And does the city administrator review the contract before it gets signed? Or
yes, they're part of their division of the larger office of the business office, and so yes, they do review and sign off on it. So yeah, so there's a couple different levels. So
okay, great.
But at a higher level, yes, that's reviewed.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, this will conclude our Q&A part. Let's move to rebuttals. DPH, you have 3 minutes for any rebuttals. Please wait for Ms. Leger. She'll start the clock. And then Ms. Murawski, you'll go right after. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, are you speaking?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Mr. Jackson, you on mute?
Oh, no. I guess the only thing I would say is that our Business Office of Contracts Compliance, BOCC, they monitor Conard's contract for compliance, and so that's why we included the last audit. Okay, that's all.
Ms. Morosky, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes, and I do apologize. I can't remute my phone, so I don't know what I did. So I might have to call and back in so that you don't get interference. My rebuttal is, again, I think that there was a lot of talking around subjects and not direct answers. There's a lot of siloing. There's a lack of communication and protocols and practices at the expense of the ones being contracted. You know, we're the ones that you're contracting these people out, and yet they're not being held accountable, or there's no oversight of what information is being distributed and forward. So again, I just think that this was probably the sixth time meeting with DPH and representatives of Conard, and we haven't moved really forward with any type of policy practices that I'm trying to achieve. So with that said, I thank you for your time, and I'm going to call back in so that you're not distracted by any back noise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, the item is with us. Member Schmidt.
Yeah, this is my my take on the case. With regards to Conard, I'm going to take it by party and then party. Conard, she can make the request to Conard. They can give her documents or not, but ultimately, I don't think that this task force has any jurisdiction to do anything with regards to Conard. It's a private entity. So the initial complaint, which is the only complaint that I see, was that's the answer. With regards to public health, if they can't respond to a request that they never got. And so I can't tell why exactly they're even in this file. Somebody sort of added them in at some point, but I don't see why. So that's number two. Now, the third thing is, if we had a different request, which was sent from Ms. Morosky over to public health, where they actually received it, they had the chance to deal with it, to respond to it. It's possible under the law that public health would have an obligation to both, they have an obligation to look at their own records, but it's possible that they would have an obligation to go to Conard as a contractor and seek out records responsive to Ms. Morosky's request. That's a possibility, but that's a hypothetical. It never happened. So 1, 2, 3, I don't see how we can do anything here. I don't think we have any jurisdiction, nor do we have any violations by DPH.
Okay, Member Stein and then Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, I want to say I came to kind of a similar conclusion, that I didn't see how, as it stands now, without being able to see the contract that DPH signs with Conard, I couldn't really come to any conclusion that Conard, would be under our jurisdiction. But I also think this case really highlights some lacunae in the way that current policy is written. I feel like we really need to recommend to the Board of Supervisors, what kind of information needs to be public or publicly available from nonprofits who contract with the city. And especially in a case like this, where it seems like this entity receives majority funding from city agencies. And I also think we should follow up on this, that the guidance needs to be provided to city agencies about what is expected of contracted entities with respect to the need to hold public meetings twice a year, and that really that those public meetings should fall under the same kind of rules and procedures as our other city and state public meetings. Otherwise, they're not public meetings, right? But I think that it's the way the current policies have been written are very, there's just too many gaps in it. There's too many holes. So I think this is one area I would like to see in our annual report addressed to the Board of Supervisors, but I just don't feel like we have the leverage right now to say that this is under our jurisdiction.
Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you. I agree mostly. I think with Member Schmidt and Member Stein said, I think we may have potentially limited jurisdiction under 12L because it does seem to be a nonprofit that contracts with the city, although I'm not sure that the records that were requested are ones that 12L necessarily speaks to. And I think, Member Stein brought up a great point. I was looking for the same thing to see if 12L spoke about meeting minutes or anything like that, and I don't see anything in there. And so I think I wholeheartedly support her recommendation that this is an area where it looks like the law could use a little bit of cleanup or something. And the other thing I would note is that, it's possible that the contract may speak more to this. I mean, I recall in a prior case when we were dealing with the zoo where someone put in a request to the zoo, there was a contract that existed said that they do have to follow the full breadth of the Sunshine Ordinance. So it's possible that could exist here. Obviously, it's not part of the packet, so that's kind of hard for us to rule on. But on the very limited scope of what 12L speaks to, I'd be inclined to agree with Member Schmidt and Member Stein that I don't see how the request that was made is for records that 12L covers. So that's where I'm at.
Hey, Member Stein, do you?
Yeah, just as a tiny follow-up to that, I mean, I would really recommend to the complainant here that they request that contract so that they can understand what is required of Kennard House in terms of, following any kind of sunshine laws or what of the records have to be public and all of that. And that, from our end, we need to advocate that these things are a bit more robust and clear in these contracts with private entities, because we're essentially outsourcing city work, and then we're saying, oh, now we don't have access to the records of this work that's being done, but this is city work.
So I'm going to call on myself. So I'm a little more confident that this is absolutely within our jurisdiction under 12L. Specifically under 12L 0.5B under dispute resolution. This is the process by which it comes to us. There are two areas. I think that agendas and minutes or whatever is contained in a public meeting is absolutely part and parcel of a meeting. And with regards to the spirit of sunshine, that those items should be made available, and they had been made available to members of the public, as Ms. Morosky had testified, that she had been receiving minutes from the board of Kennard House Incorporated Board of Directors in the past, and that this particular time they were withheld. Contracted agencies is a very broad term, the word contract, and it's very it's the largest paragraph in the definitions under 12L.3 C. So it's very broad. The requirements for 12L I quote, shall be included in all city contracts with nonprofit organizations. And this is pretty standard. This is not the first time that these issues have been brought up with us in the task force. What I'm a little surprised, though, is that the lack of knowledge on the part of the contracting agency, here being DPH, of these requirements. First, what happens is that there are the records with regards to the meetings that are available, and there's supposed to be a financial package that is available for public consumption that's also described in here. And where is it? 12L5A under disclosure of financial information. It's very explicit as to what's supposed to be in there. Requests for information are to be made through the contracting agency, and the contracting, if there's a dispute between the requester and the contracting agency, that's how it ends up before us. So that's just the basic overview of 12L. So I think that this is definitely within our jurisdiction. I think that since there has been precedent and a regular delivery and availability of public meetings to the public of their agendas and their minutes, that was not provided, that should have been. And any of the financial information that they're supposed to be making public as receiving monies and being contracted by the city was also not done. So I'll stop there. I have Vice Chair Yankee and then Member Stein.
Okay. Follow up on what you said, Chair Wolf. I agree that this is the proper dispute resolution area, and I think it's proper for us to discuss this. I'm not convinced that there's some type of just because they're required to have public meetings per 12L, that there's somehow a requirement that they have meeting minutes. And the reason I say that is if you look into the Sunshine Ordinance under 6716, it talks about meeting minutes. This is just more broadly the Sunshine Ordinance, and it says the clerk or secretary of each board and commission enumerated in the charter shall record the minutes for each regular and special meeting of the board or commission. And we had a case about this before us prior, where it's very clear that not even every board and commission, even that falls under the Sunshine Ordinance, has to have meeting minutes. It's only those enumerated in the charter. So I think that's quite a jump to say that a nonprofit meeting necessarily has to have meeting minutes available when even every policy body doesn't have to technically have meeting minutes. I'm not saying it's I think they should. I mean, as a matter of principle, but I'm not sure as a matter of law that that's required. I think that like Member Stein said, I think there's absolutely room for cleanup in here. But I think we have to go with the language that's currently before us. And I don't think that even if it was provided before, I'm not sure it's a violation of the law if they don't do it at some point in the future.
Member Stein?
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that I had my hand up, but I'm looking at the dispute resolution section that you mentioned, and basically 12L.5B suggests that if a member of the public requests additional financial information and they don't get it, that they are supposed to go to a city agency or department which is party to or which administers the nonprofit organization's contract to request that or to try to get it. And again, as Member Schmidt said, that didn't happen here with this particular information. It seems, or at least we have nothing about that in our packet. So I hear what you're saying, but it still doesn't quite seem to be fall under 12L5B.
Member Schmidt, go ahead.
You're on mute.
Thank you. Yeah, and on that point, as I recall in the file, Cheryl did recommend to Ms. Morawski that she should ask public health for what they could give her. And, it's possible she did it, but I don't see any indication that she did just forward the initial request on to public health. And if she doesn't like what she gets from public health, then she can come to us and talk about whether public health did what they're supposed to do under the law. And that could involve all kinds of issues, including, maybe we would look at 12L in that circumstance. But those initial steps mean that we can't really do any of that right now.
Okay, thank you. We'll say I'm a little disturbed by Conrad's House's response on page 260, saying that there's sunshine ordinance, has no jurisdiction over them. That seems like that they're not knowledgeable about it, or haven't read their contract, or it's not in the contract. So I'm a little concerned about that. I'm looking on, let's see, what page is that? 129. I think this is a letter to various people at the DPH and the mayor's office from Ms. Morosky. And it's questions about finances. So at least, but I'm trying to figure out where the original May 7th is January 8th, 2020. So January 8th, 2020 was an original request. No,
Chair Wolf, that's why I was asking my question before, because I saw that about financials, but that's why I referenced what was on P126, because the request for Conard House wasn't until 2021. So for some reason we have stuff in our packet that's unrelated to this complaint, but those are emails that occurred in a prior year before this request to Conard House was made. So okay. I'm not convinced that there was a request to Conard House for that information.
Okay. All right. I'll stop there. Member Schmidt, did you have something else? Your hand is still up. No?
You guys,
okay.
This is Liza. I have a request sent back from me from Conard on October 4th, 2021. I did contact DPH with this, and if you want me to, before you make a decision, sign that paperwork, I will.
We won't come back. Unless it's absolutely will, make
well, then I asked
in the out. And please, Ms. Morosky, I can only speak one person at a time. If only if the information would change this outcome, what the task force will or will not do, you can submit that on reconsideration if we don't find in your favor. Okay, thank you. There'll be no more discussion at this point. Member Schmidt, again, you're muted. You're muted.
I was just going to say to Ms. Morosky, if you made that request to DPH and you feel that they did not satisfy your request, then you would have the ability to come back to the task force and say, I didn't get what I asked for. And then we would have the ability to look at that request involving DPH. So I just want you to know that's the way that we could properly look more at DPH's involvement here.
Can I just, this is Member Stein, I just want to add to that, it would also help us if we were taking another look at DPH's role here, if we had a copy of their contract with Conard House, because it's a little bit of a gray area, or maybe it shouldn't be a gray area, but it can sometimes be a gray area, what is being required of nonprofit entities that are being contracted with. And so the more we understand what's been, what guidelines have been given to them or what is in the contract that is also helpful if there were to be a request for reconsideration.
Okay, anybody else? Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to find that there are no, we find no violations of the law in this case.
And this is Member Stein. I can second that motion.
Okay, so there's a motion to find but no violation and to close the file.
Yes.
Okay, so it's moved by Member Schmidt, second by Member Stein. Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, one suggestion, because the agenda named public health actually, but upon further investigation, we found out that public health was actually not the proper respondent. It might help in our motion to name specifically maybe both or to clarify that, because the complainant, the complaint was lodged against Conard House, but the agenda somehow looped in public health as the respondent. And so I think it would be clear if we specifically named who we're not finding a violation against.
Actually, there are two complaint forms. One that starts at the bottom of page P118, and there's a second one that starts on page P115. I'm sorry, P11. I'm sorry, hold on. No, P111. So the one on P111 says Conard House and Department of Public Health, but the one on P118, which is it looks like it's on the same date. Is it like August? Let's see, August 12th, 2021.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was looking at the one on 118.
August 30th. It was refiled on August 30th to include Department of Public Health. And so I imagine this one at the top, that's the August 30th one, that's the one that the file number was given to.
I will happily amend my motion according to Member Yankee's suggestion that we name specifically no violations here on this complaint against Conard or the individual named or Department of Public Health.
Okay, I second that.
Okay, so moved by Member Schmidt, second by Member Stein. Anything else, members? Okay, let's open it up for public comment. If you wish to public comment, please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and wait for Ms. Leger. Thank you.
My name is Winship Hillier. I'd like to comment.
We have other public commenters? All right. Mr. Hillier, are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, knowing nothing about Administrative Code Section or Chapter 12L, I have no position on your ruling. However, I wish to remark about a comment made by Vice Chair Yankee. He said, if I recall correctly, that the Sunshine Ordinance has no requirements regarding minutes for organizations or boards and commissions that are not charter boards and commissions, i.e. no minutes requirements that would apply to policy bodies in general. I wish to draw his attention to San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.5, which draws all policy bodies under the rules of the Brown Act. And the Brown Act has a minutes requirement. It says under section 54.953C, as in Charlie 2, and I quote, "The legislative body of a local agency shall publicly report any action taken and the vote or abstention on that action of each member present for the action." And if those aren't minutes, end quote. If those aren't minutes, I don't know what is. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hillier, I have a question. Mr. Hillier,
Yes?
you were citing Brown Act 54.953C.
Yes, I'll send you a 150-word summary of my comment. Don't worry.
Any other public comment? Last call for public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Members, any last thoughts? Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, Ms. Leger, please call the roll.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan, absent. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Stein, to amend their original motion and that we name no violations against Conard House or an individual named at the Department of Public Health.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's call the next item.
Item number 8, hearing, disposition and possible actions on complaints filed by Bob Planthold, deceased.
Okay, so Mr. Planthold unfortunately is not with us anymore, and may you rest in peace. And he had a number of complaints that were already in the pipeline. So it would be our decision whether he wanted to continue to have those cases be heard or dismiss them. So I would just like to say that having known Bob for over 20 years and having worked with him on many a sunshine debate, I think he would absolutely demand that his complaints be heard in his absence. Member Schmidt.
I'm in agreement. I'm not a big fan of the requirement that a complainant has to appear anyways, especially because it's the violation that matters. And if enough was submitted by Mr. Planthold, we could look at his cases. I understand that, maybe we need to make it a special consideration, and he's certainly worthy of that if we need to do that.
Okay, thank you. And I don't have the list of his actual, I think there are 3. that are outstanding of his. But no matter what, I would just say whatever are left that are currently in the pipeline, that we would go ahead and do that. Member Stein, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say I would love to do it, but not even as a matter of special consideration. I'd love to do it as a matter of policy, that we should hear cases. If people have taken the time to fill out our complaints and give us the packet information, like that's a pretty significant effort on their part. And for that reason, maybe we could make him the turning point, that if we're going to hear his cases because he submitted them, that maybe we should hear everyone's cases that have been submitted, even if they can't or don't want to come to a meeting.
Okay, great. Well, I'll entertain a motion to have Mr. Planthold's complaints be set for hearings at the call of the chair.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, moved by Member Schmidt. Is there a second?
Member Schmidt seconded it, I think. You moved.
Oh, okay. So I moved it. Member Schmidt seconded it. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Public comment. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Do we have public commenters on this motion?
Last call for public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan, absent. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Moved by Chair Wolf, seconded by Member Schmidt, to have Bob Planthold's complaint set for hearing and set to the call of the chair.
Very good. Please call the next item.
Item number 9, hearing. Sunshine Task Force determination of administrative status on order of determination, file/active, as per admin code 6721 and task force complaint procedure.
Okay, so I brought this forward because there needs to be some clarification as to what the term or the phrase issuance of order of determination versus what the ordinance states with regards to that orders are effective immediately and that need to be responded to within 5 days. Because our orders of determination were, because of our backlog or because of whatever reason they don't go out immediately after a meeting, we need some clarification as to, and to kind of get in some agreement as to which is it. Is it the order that has been made at our meetings and at the time of adjournment of the meeting, that order is active, or is it when they receive the written order of determination? So I'd like to get clarification on that, have a little discussion if needed, and have us take a position on which it is, so that everybody is clear. Vice Chair Yankee.
Thanks. I would actually add there's probably a third option we can consider, and that's at the time that the meeting minutes are approved. So there's kind of the three things, right? There's obviously the vote that takes place at the meeting in real time. Then there's the approval of the minutes of that meeting, and then it seems to typically after that the order of determination follows. So it's almost three different points in time that we could consider.
But is the order of determination the piece of paper, or is it the action that's taken at the meeting?
Yeah,
That's something we can discuss. I'm just saying that I think, if it's the piece of paper, there's actually two different pieces of paper. There's the meeting minutes that show our action, and there's also the separate order determination piece of paper. So,
but that would mean that somebody would have to wait an entire month before the meeting minutes were approved, because that's when they would be official.
Right. I'm not suggesting we do that. I'm just saying that we should consider that if that's the direction we go, that's, because I think the question you posed was, is it the piece of paper or is it when we make the motion? And I'm saying there's potentially two different pieces of paper that we need to consider if that's the route we choose to take. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying that's two possibilities.
Okay. Member Stein and then Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I mean, when I went back and looked closely at 67.21, it suggests that it's the determinations that are made by the task force. It suggested to me that it's when we make a determination that a record is public, that's when the clock should start. It says that these determinations shall be issued in writing, right? The request, I think they can request that they be issued in writing. But it seems to me that it's the determination that matters, and so that if we make the determination, we're the ones deciding to put it in writing, or it's being requested that we put it in writing. But I think that the 5-day clock should start at the determination.
Are you declaring the determination to be at the meeting?
Yeah, I think the determination is at the meeting. If we say you need to provide these records and you're in violation of this and that, it doesn't get super more clear in what we write. I mean, they've been in the meeting, they've heard the discussion. They can look at, a recording of the discussion if they're unclear about some detail. But I think we make it pretty clear that this is what we think has been violated and this is what we think needs to happen. And that is the determination. And then the writing is an extra step.
Okay, Member Schmidt.
Yeah, and we've been having some discussion in the complaint committee about what I guess I'll just point to 67.21D because that's where all of this sort of was spawned from. I think that the statute itself, it's really important to just go to the language of the ordinance statute. And the current process, I just don't understand where that came from. It doesn't make any sense to me, the way that things are done now. The language of the statute says that a determination is made. So that's a decision. The determination is made by this body. Now, the order is a separate entity. It's probably even though this doesn't say the word written in it, it does say that there's an order that's conveyed. So there's an order that derives from the determination that is conveyed over to the agency. Now, my understanding of the timing is that you get 5 days after the custodian would receive the order. you got to give them 5 days with the order. And so very simply, you have determination, and then the law says you give an immediate order, immediate. And the order doesn't have to be anything other than an order. It doesn't have to be like a legal brief. And then you take that order, which I would say, you could like make it a phone call if you want to, but I think it should be writing, and you convey it. And then the clock starts ticking when it's received. That's what the statute says. And that's certainly not the way that this task force is doing business right now.
This is a DCA, Mark Price Wolf. Do you mind if I chime in?
Sure, go ahead.
So I kind of had two observations to put out there. Sorry, I don't have like a concrete, definitive advice. But one is that it seems like the challenge is that with the inconsistency between the use of just the word determination, and then also we see order of determination. Not that we can fix the statute in this moment, but I feel like that might be, at the core of this. And maybe some of this can be addressed in what you can control, and that's in the bylaws. So whatever is decided today or part of this conversation, maybe that can be part of, what your standard is going to be in terms of, we take the term determination to mean the same as order of determination. Because it sounds like, some folks on the task force might be treating them slightly differently. That's one thing to consider. And the other thing I wanted to put out there is just provide the analogy to how courts deal with court orders. And sometimes I think we all know when you go to court, the court might rule from the bench, I order X, or I order in favor of party Y. But maybe 5 or 10 days later, they'll actually write a written decision which further summarizes their analysis and maybe actually fleshes out in more detail the details of what the judge meant with her order. So in that situation, whatever the judge rules from the bench is the order. But and you would hope that there's consistency from the bench and what's written. So, and usually, there should be. But if the oral order can be, detailed enough in the task force, there's no reason why that should carry any less weight than whatever is written a few days later, or in this case, a month later when the actual written order comes out. But I think you just have to look introspectively and ask yourselves, is what we say out loud in the task force meeting the same substantively as what's going to come out in the written order of determination? Because that'll be important to be consistent. Those are my two observations. Thanks.
So I tend to agree with DCA Price Wolf on that, and I think it's worthwhile to just read the 3 sentences that pertain to this in the ordinance under 6721E. That the Sunshine Task Force shall inform the petitioner as soon as possible and within 2 days after the next meeting, but in no case later than 45 days from when the petition in writing is received, of its determination of whether the record is requested or any part of the record requested is public. When requested by the petition and where otherwise desirable, the determination shall be in writing. So it's a very important sentence because the condition of it is when it's requested by the petition or otherwise desirable. It doesn't require it to be in writing. And then the next sentence says, upon the determination that the record is public, the Sunshine Task Force shall immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply with the person's request. So absence of something in writing, it is at the time that we take action on it. And that's my position on it. I think it's at the time that the meeting is adjourned, That's when the meeting is over and all items are then official and active. That the custodian has 5 days to comply. Member Stein.
You're on mute.
Sorry. I want to say I agree with that. And if we as a group agree with that, I think we might want to have some kind of very clear language at the time that we summarize, when we hand off a case, I guess I would say, when we're closing up the case, where we're just in very clear terms explaining to the petitioner that this is now effective. What you're being asked to do, you have 5 days to do it. I would just remind them of this and almost have a little script for it after a motion has been accepted.
Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, I actually agree that I think it should take place at the conclusion of the meeting, because I think that some departments might be unnecessarily delaying the turning over of information, thinking that they can wait until something written comes out. The one thing I think we do need to take a look at, if that's the direction that we go, is how that interacts with our complaint procedures, because I believe our complaint procedures seems to discuss, and I'll read it. This is section D1, and this is talk about consideration. It says within 30 days of publication issuance of the order determination, and then it goes on about it. So I think we need to figure out if we decide that our determination is effective at the end of the meeting, but then we talk about a publication in our complaint procedures, does the reconsideration have to wait until the actual written document gets made, or is that time clock also start at the end of the meeting? If that's the case, we might want to clean up our complaint procedures a little bit so that we remove the phrase publication issuance of the order determination and just maybe say within 30 days of the determination or something along those lines, so that there's no ambiguity there.
Actually, this is Chair Wolf. Actually, I think D and E should need to be flipped around. It's actually E that actually gives the direction of D. Section E is the basically says department. It should say respondent or custodian to comply with the determination of the SOTF. There it says the administrator shall send the order of determination to the complainant and the respondent, and as necessary request a written response which shall be monitored by, and so on and so on. And so that's where the amendment would need to be made. And that's why I bring this up, because it's in our complaint procedure. It's very specific in this way, but it's not, as we're noting, how the law is being interpreted, that it's actually the verbal order that matters, not the written. Anything else? So I'm going to take a crack at a motion. I move that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force declares that an order of determination is active at the time that at the closing or the adjournment of the meeting that the action is taken, and that the complaint procedure, as per Administrative Code, San Francisco Administrative Code 67.21E, and that the complaint procedure in section E, let me make sure I got section E, reflect that. And I would refer it the amendments to the complaint procedure to be reviewed by the amendments of that be reviewed by the which committee should it be? Should it be complaints or should it be CAC? I guess it could be complaints. have it reviewed by complaints to form. And then we can then bring it, and then the final language will be brought back to the April meeting. But in any case, effective immediately, all orders of determination are declared as verbal in the meeting and effective immediately at the close or adjournment of the meeting that the action was taken. Okay, Vice Chair Yank. So is there a second? Calling for a second.
This is Member Wong. I will second the motion.
Oh, I had a question. You're using, maybe it's too late for my question, but I think I could ask a question before the second.
Sure.
Okay. Well, the language here, it says there's a determination, and then it says there's an order, and this idea of order of determination, I don't know where it comes from. The order is the act of ordering. The order could even potentially be, you are hereby ordered. But it says that the task force shall immediately order. It doesn't say you shall immediately deliver a written order. It says you're ordering them to do something. So that's an act. And you could say that, okay, here's a written order and I'm ordering you to comply with that. Or you could say, here's our written determination. We order you to comply with the determination. But order determination is this language that it just seems to make it I don't know what the need to use that if the ordinance itself is very clear about the order of things. So I would say, we say, okay, the determination is effective immediately, and as per the ordinance, we are immediately ordering compliance. Whether the immediate order happens at the hearing where the person is present, the custodian, that might be effective. Or if they're not present, somehow the order has to be, conveyed to them in some way. I don't think we can expect them to watch our website to find out what they're ordered to do. But that seems pretty simple. And so determination, then immediate order. I would like that clarity a little better.
Okay, I'm open to making adjustments, and I think Member Wong, are you willing to hold a second on the concept?
Yes.
Of this motion? Okay, great. Then let's have some further discussion on it. We can wordsmith it. Let's have Vice Chair Yankee and then Member Stein.
Okay, thanks. I still, and I agree with all this. I think we also need to change, when we look at the complaint procedure, also look at D1, because and this is the reconsideration part, and I think that also implies that there's a publication issue / issuance, and I think that if we're starting the clock for reconsideration purposes, that also needs to be very clear that the clock starts, when the actual order is made, not when we publish something on our website or 3 months later put it in writing or something. I think it needs to be very clear when those deadlines are. So I would just encourage that section as well be included for edits to comply with the sentiment that we're expressing.
Let me ask you a question. Would you think that reversing D and E in the complaint procedure just for as a matter of flow works better?
I think that also works well, but I think, on top of it, D1 also needs to be changed to remove the phrase publication/issuance of the order of determination. I think it needs to say within 30 days of the order, and then just leave, and then leave the rest of the language as is, so that it's very clear throughout the entire complaint procedure document that the order is when we actually make the order at the meeting, not some type of publication that exists at some point later. But I do agree with you. I think it would make sense to flip-flop those.
Okay, then we'll make that part of the motion for the complaint committee to review. Okay, Member Stein.
Yeah, I do like the idea of kind of separating this idea of the determination and the order more in line with what the ordinance says, but also because even the order of determination, it just kind of sounds very legalistic and bureaucratic, and I think that's kind of unnecessary. And the more I realize that we have to follow certain kinds of legal processes here to in terms of following what the ordinance says and being correct with relation to all the laws that might apply. But I think the more that we can kind of get away from seeming like some kind of legalistic body to seeming more like a kind of representative board that is trying to make determinations about people being able to have access to public records and meetings, the better, because I think it's less off-putting to people, and in this case I also think it's closer to what the act actually says.
Okay, I kind of regard determinations as kind of the process you end up with a kind of an idea or a finding or something, and then when you make the motion is actually the order.
Well, I think it's a
kind
distinction.
of confirming the finding, but it's semantics somewhat at this point.
Yeah, somewhat. But I also just I forgot to mention. I just want to reiterate. I think it would be really good to have a kind of clear set of things that we say to the respondent at the end of the meeting. Semi-scripted. Like certain things have to be said so that it's very clear to them, and maybe even ask them for their acknowledgement that they understand what is being asked of them, what is being ordered of them. At the end of that meeting.
Okay, that's very good, because we're also in the process of restructuring how our written orders of determination how they're written, and also how the motions are structured so that the motion can actually like copy pasted into a written document from the verbal, so that it's very clear. And not having to be reinterpreted by anyone. So yeah, okay, I think that all flows with a lot of the work that we're trying to kind of cleanup work we're trying to do here. Okay, anything else? Okay, so let's see if we can rephrase this motion here. Sunshine Ordinance. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Chair Wolf, did you want me to read what I have?
Does it include what we've currently just been talking about?
No, I was just going to read what you proposed so that you have an idea.
Well, I think what I proposed is not what folks necessarily wanted. So I think I'm going to take another crack at it.
This was just so that you know where you're coming from.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Chair Wolf, moved by Chair Wolf, second by Member Wong, that the task force declares that an order of determination is active at the adjournment of the meeting as per Administrative Code 6721E. Complaint procedures in Section E reflect that the amendment of that be reviewed by the complaint committee as to form and final language, then brought back at the April task force meeting, and effective immediately. All orders are effective at the closure of the meeting. Is that what you were going for?
No.
Started.
That's part of our discussion was to try to reword all that. So we're going to give you some other words to, instead here. That it would, let's see, let's try this on for size. So the Sunshine Orders Task Force determines that terminations are effective immediately. Wait a second. Trying to synthesize what Member Schmidt and Member Stein has said here. Task Force declares that the determination.
Bruce, you're going in and out. I can't hear you.
So the Sunshine Orders Task Force declares the determination and order is effective immediately at the close or adjournment of the meeting. The action had taken place. That'd be part one. Part two would be that the complaint procedure shall be amended to reverse the positions of sections D and E, D as in dog, E as in Edward, and that the references to publication / issuance, quote unquote, and any references to in writing be reflective of the order having been made at the hearing. I'll stop there and see if there's any more wordsmithing that folks want to suggest.
I think right at the end, maybe the determination that was made at the hearing. Now you can take the determination and, say it's like a paragraph, say 2 paragraphs. You could just take that determination in the ordinance, talks about a determination, and you just spin it in and you say, okay, now we're going to take that and we're going to make an order that you have to comply with the determination. And the determination was X, and it's those same 2 paragraphs. So it's, determination, and then the order that you got to follow what we told you to do. When we made we made a determination that there was a violation, et cetera, and so now we're taking action and we're ordering you and we're sending you this order, and so I think we mentally need to think determination and then order, which will usually be just a regurgitation of the determination, and it could even be it's the sending and including the determination. We order you.
I like the idea that SOTF determinations are effective immediately at the end of the meeting, and respondents are ordered in clear terms to comply with the determination within 5 days. I just throw that out as some just wording.
Anybody else?
Or we could say that if the custodian is present at the hearing, the task force shall inform them that they are ordered to comply with the determination. And so that, then they know there's an order. If the custodian did not appear, then I think we, whether in order to comply with the ordinance and in order to, make this effective, I think there should be some kind of a conveying in order language. You are ordered to comply with this determination. And so there's got to be some kind of a conveyance of that.
All right, need to articulate it into something more cogent for the motion.
I mean, I'm just kind of back to discussion.
I know it's hard on the fly.
Yeah, but it would make sense to make it clear that it's an order at the end of the meeting to whoever is there on behalf of the respondents. And it would make a lot of sense to even the next day send a brief email. This is what was determined, that you were in violation. These records need provided. You are ordered to do so within 5 days. Just very brief. It's not an order that, we're trying to explain our analysis. We're just telling them this was the order. The written thing may follow or it may not follow.
Okay. So you're basically talking about just a written communication.
Yeah, just a very brief, could be like 2-sentence email.
Yeah.
This was what was determined, and you are ordered to supply the information within 5 days.
So something like written communication affirming the order.
The determination.
Conveying the determination and ordering them to comply.
Something like, we are ordering you. You are hereby ordered to heed, to comply with the determination, this determination.
How about that
One sentence.
that a written communication affirming the determination and the order to comply.
But it's not affirming, it's ordering. I mean, the communication it's an act of
the written communication of the determination and the order to comply.
Yeah. That's fine. Communication of the order. Yeah. And of course, that communication will have to have that word in it. You are ordered, or I order you in some way. Otherwise, it's not an order.
Okay. I think I think we should try to get the concept down, and we can figure out what the actual words on paper are to be. But if we can get the concept of that we can all agree with, then we can have staff and some other folks help to wordsmith it onto a letter. Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, just real briefly, I think we should probably just double check with Victor and Cheryl, since this will be making them do something, presumably the morning after our meeting, that this is clear with them and they're okay and they'll be around to do it, since there's an added responsibility. So maybe they could just chime in a little bit.
That is, and one thing I'm concerned about is actually before I even start the minutes, that these motions, these directives are clear. So Matthew, what I might be doing is forwarding to you language to see if you approve of what I'm saying. Did I actually get the motion as reflected in what I'm writing? And then, I'll be taking this from my notes, to tell you the truth. And I do try to make comprehensive, say exactly what it is you guys are trying to order.
Yeah, the substance is in the determination. The substance, and that's right. Whether it's a big deal or a small deal, that language of the determination is, it's going to go forward in the order, and so we want to get the language right. And so you don't just say, well, it doesn't matter what they say. You're right, Cheryl, that we need to have several eyes looking at that determination language.
Yeah, this is Vice Chair Yankee. I agree, and I think that this might have to be something we even are more diligent about in the meeting, and have Cheryl. And I know you really try, Cheryl, but to make sure you read verbatim what what your notes show, because that's the language that's going to go in there. And as we kind of, if we kind of go back to the beginning of this meeting, obviously there was some dispute about a resolution or a motion made at a prior meeting, right? So we want to make sure that it's super, super clear when the meeting adjourns, that what Cheryl sends out is good and ready to be sent as far as the motion goes, because these meetings can run late, and none of us have the time to re-listen to the audio first thing the next morning to double check all this stuff. So we need to make sure that there's kind of double check. And I would recommend that, just as a matter of practice, we just have Cheryl read back both the exact wording she intends to use and the vote totals. I know we've sometimes had some issues with vote totals as well, so that might help with that.
Have my vote sheets, Matthew.
What's that? I'm sorry?
Have my vote sheets. I marked them. So, all right. Well, we did something just like this for Jarmy Thu, who was here at the task force in February. And Mr. Pang was very responsive. He got the order the next day. He said to me, "Is this what it means?" And I checked my notes. And I said, "Yes, it does." And he said, "Okay, I will get Ms. Thu her records." And he did. By the end of, I think the hearing was on Wednesday, and I think by the following Tuesday, she had received everything. She still claims that there are things missing, but he was well aware of what the order was and was responsive and wanted to do what the task force asked him to do. And I think in general, most custodians are like that. I mean, there are some who are, not as on top of it, but most of the custodians I deal with are very responsive.
Okay, so I think I've got some language. The one, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force declares that determinations are effective immediately, and the order is active at the close or adjournment of the hearing the complaint was heard. 2, that written communication of the determination and the order to comply be
Okay, Bruce, I'm not following you. Are you doing a new motion?
This is not a new motion. We have been wordsmithing.
No, I know.
The motion on the floor. So I'm now repeating what we've been working on. That I think this would be the language of the motion.
All right, declares that determinations are effective at the hearing, at the conclusion of the hearing, right?
Yeah, at the well, no,
at adjournment.
Official term.
I can't hear you.
Yes, adjournment, because that's the official conclusion, the term for the conclusion of the meeting.
Okay, and the order is effective immediately.
So declares the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force declares the determination is effective immediately, and the order is active at the adjournment of the hearing the complaint was heard. 2, a written communication of the determination and the order to comply be sent immediately the following day, business day, to the custodian or respondent. 3, referral to complaint committee to reverse the order. Referral to complaint committee to amend the complaint procedure to reverse, or 1, reverse sections D and E, and 2, that the language in those sections be amended reflecting this motion and returned back to Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in April for approval. Does that kind of capture? Okay.
And what did you say in April?
And that be returned back to Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in April for approval. You're on mute, Dean.
One word. The word active, could we use the word effective instead?
So it would be, well, I used the word effective before that, so I'll repeat that part. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force declares the determination is effective immediately and the order is active. Or would you rather say the determination and the order is effective immediately?
Well, I would say the determination is effective immediately, just as you had, and that the order, or that the custodian will be ordered to comply at the hearing, and then you go into your language about the written order is sent out within the next business day, etc. And so the order is conveyed either right there and then. Your order. And so we're putting it in the rules that they are deemed ordered if they're present. And so they understand it, whether or not someone uses the language. And so just that little tiny change that talks about if they're there, we order them right then and there, or next business day it gets sent out.
Okay, so how about this? Sunshine Ordinance Task Force declares the determination is effective immediately, and respondent and custodian is ordered to comply at the close or at the adjournment of the hearing.
At the hearing. Because they're ordered right there. If it's case number 5 and they're there, we're not going to wait till the adjournment. We're going to do it right then.
Okay. Okay, and it's ordered to comply at the hearing. The complaint was heard. Well, they can't be ordered to comply in the moment. They can't produce the documents in the moment. They have 5 days.
They're ordered to comply within 5. They're ordered at the hearing to comply within 5 days.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force declares the determination is effective immediately, and respondent and custodian is ordered to comply within 5 days at the hearing. The complaint are ordered.
Yeah, if it's yeah.
Ordered. Thank you, publisher. with within hearing.
Bruce, you're going in and out. We can't hear you.
That's it. Okay, so Sunshine Ordinance Task Force declares the determination is effective immediately, and the respondent and custodian are ordered to comply within 5 days at the
From the hearing.
At the hearing, the complaint was heard as per 6721E.
Hey, Bruce, one other thing, because this has come up in our meetings, can we be specific about whether we mean 5 days or 5 business days? Because I feel like people often stumble on that.
Yeah, that's an interesting question too, because there are sections of the ordinance that do speak of calendar days.
I'm happy with calendar days, but I think we should specify if it's calendar days. I think if we don't specify, then people will pick business days.
And what does the ordinance call for? Does it call for calendar days or does it call for business days? What's the
I think it's vague, which is why people keep stumbling.
Well, yeah. I guess one could say, and maybe we should check in with DCA Price Wolf. I mean, there are specific areas of the ordinance where it specifies calendar days, and where it doesn't specify calendar days, does it then default to business days? DCA Price Wolf, what do you think?
I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry. Sounds like a simple question, but it probably has a simple answer. What the default is, I apologize, I don't know. Let me see if I could figure it out in the course of this meeting. What the default would be. I can tell you what my gut is, but that's not helpful.
There is actually a mention of business day. So like in 6713, barriers to attendance prohibited. In B, it states each board and commission enumerated charter shall provide sign language interpreters, so on and so forth, for which the deadline shall be 4 p.m. of the last business day of the preceding week. So there's some mention of both calendar days. Go ahead, Member Stein.
Yeah, I want to say that I would actually be in favor of 5 business days because I think it's more equitable. For people who are trying to find these documents, that, it's not sort of fair if it's a city worker and it's a Friday, they get the order or whatever. And then they're not going to work on the weekend and they shouldn't be expected to work on the weekend. So I think to get rid of the inequity of like when it might happen, that 5 business days, and just in terms of labor practices and what we're expecting from people, that it's the fairest approach.
Okay. That in there. Okay, so now it reads, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force declares the determination is effective immediately and the respondent and custodian are ordered to comply within 5 business days. At the hearing, from the hearing, the complaint was heard as per Administrative Code Section 6721E.
From the hearing at which the complaint was heard.
From the hearing at which the complaint as per
Was heard as per Administrative Code 6721E.
Right. And then number 2.
And that the order is active at hearing adjournment?
No, we remove that part. And then number 2, the written communication of the determination and order to comply immediately the following business day of the hearing. And the referral to complaint committee to A, reverse sections D as in dog, E, Edward, and B, to amend the language, let me repeat that. B, the language in the complaint procedure be amended reflecting this motion and returned back to Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in April for approval.
I didn't get all that.
Okay, so the third item is referral to complaint committee
Right,
to amend the complaint procedure,
right. To reverse sections D and E.
D&E, and language
In those sections be amended to reflect the motions and returned back to the task force in April for approval.
correct.
Correct? Yeah. Member Wong second.
Yes. Okay. Anything else? Member Stein, you still have your hand up. Do you have something else? No. Okay. I'll take it down. Okay. All right. Let's go to public comment. And I'll pass it off to Ms. Leger. Please unmute yourself, *6, and wait for Ms. Leger. Thank you.
Do we have public commenters on the motion?
Any public comment? Last call for public comment. *6 to unmute. Okay, hearing no public comment. Public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Padmanabhan, absent. Chair, Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Chair, Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Moved by Chair Wolf, seconded by Member Wong. The task force declares that determinations are effective immediately and that respondents and custodians are ordered to comply within 5 business days from the hearing at which the complaint was heard as per Administrative Code 6721E, that the written communication and determination that the order to comply the following business day of the hearing. Wait a minute, I got that wrong.
It's
And
written communication of the determination and the order to comply be sent immediately.
And that the order to comply be sent the following day of the hearing. And 3.
Be sent immediately the following business day of the hearing.
The business day following the hearing.
following the business day of the hearing, and referral to the complaint committee to amend the complaint procedure to reverse sections D and E, and that the language in those sections be amended to reflect the motions and returned back to the task force in April for approval.
Can I just one thing, and this is a tiny word flip, but it should be the, not the, can you read the part where you said business day following the hearing? Or following the business, because it's not the business day of the hearing, it's the business day following the hearing.
Okay. Okay, which would be Thursday. First, okay, moved by Chair Wolf, seconded by Member Wong, that the task force declares that determinations are effective immediately and that respondent and custodian are ordered to comply within 5 business days following the hearing at which the complaint was heard as per Administrative Code Section 67.21E. Is that what you're looking at?
No, it was the second sentence at the following part. In the first sentence, it would be to comply within 5 days from the hearing. 5 business days from the hearing. Period. Number 2, that written communication of the determination and the order to comply be sent immediately the business day following the hearing. Period. Then 3, referral to complaint committee, make amendments to the complaint procedure to A, reverse sections D and E, and B, language be amended reflecting this motion and returned back to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in April for approval.
Yep, got it.
Okay, great. Thank you. We got the vote, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. It was a good piece of work, everyone. Let's call the next item.
Item number 10, hearing review of Assembly Bill AB 361 and related issues. This is a continuing item.
Yeah, we continue this from a previous meeting to discuss how we might want to implement some of these ideas that and suggestions that were brought forth by former task force member David Pilpel in relation to AB 361, which is we are advised now to continue doing until further notice. And if we are to take any action, it would be to advise the Board of Supervisors and or anybody else, including the mayor, who's responsible for implementing Sunshine.
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I would note that I don't see it in the attachment to this item, but I believe if you go back to our January 25th meeting, there was a sample like notice that Mr. Pilpel provided to us. I didn't know if we wanted to bring that up again to take a look at it as a starting point, if that's something we even want to consider doing at all. I don't think it made its way into this particular attachment.
He had a 6-paragraph document. That should have been
Right. Yeah, he did. I don't see it in this one, Cheryl. Do you? The one for this meeting, I don't see it when I click on the link.
I swear to God, I put that in there.
But if you go to the January meeting, the January 25th meeting, and navigate over to, which item was it? It was item number 4, and click that, then you can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, what's in today's is the our current resolution, I think.
So I think, yeah, so I think the discussion that was continued was, should we send this memo or some version thereof out to city departments or in other boards, commissions, or not? And if we do, what type of language should we include?
Yeah, correct. Thanks for picking that up. Yeah, just for everyone's edification, there were 4 points. The first point, there should be detailed instructions for those people on the phone, instead of just iterating the phone number and the meeting number. There should be scripts, templated scripts with regards to that. In creating agendas for public meetings, that items be carefully organized. With regards to controversial items, to help the participants plan ahead to attend, that those meetings that are televised or on video streaming should show some sort of flip chart or some sort of written information in the background that shows what the current number is, as they do on SFGov TV, but not all meetings are televised on SFGov TV. I think that's what it's talking about. Yeah, meetings on video without SFGov TV coverage. And then the last one, and a posting of non-privileged documents on their website.
This is Member Wong.
Yep.
Wanted to make maybe a suggestion. I wonder if this might be better to push to committee to maybe make a draft of a suggestion to the Board of Supervisors and the mayor. I kind of wonder if it's worth calling a meeting of the technology committee in this case, as I think it strongly applies as we're considering what technological considerations need to be made for meetings and hearings. So,
okay, so if we call a meeting for the ad hoc technology committee, we have to then, has to be in place of some other committee. We can't create new time. So we have, I think, we're trying to keep 3 slots per month. So it would take the place of either one other meeting or at the same time, like before that meeting. So it doesn't exceed the same amount of time. So but yeah, I'm open to that. Sounds good to me. You want to do that? You make a motion to refer it to committee. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I will make a motion to refer this matter to the technology committee for consideration, and with them to hopefully return with a draft of a recommendation to applicable committees and board of supervisors and mayor.
Do you want the task force to approve it in April?
Yes. Yeah. Well, is that enough time? Would we be able to convene by then? Should we say April or May?
You don't want it to go too long because we don't know how long AB 361 is going to be around.
Okay. Then let's say April.
Second.
Moved by member Wong, second by member Schmidt, to refer to the technology committee for consideration to develop a communication including suggested points by former task force member David Pilpel and other points the committee deems necessary to be delivered to the Board of Supervisors, the mayor, and other pertinent, is that the right word? Pertinent committees or pertinent bodies, meeting bodies. And the recommendation be returned to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in April for approval. Have to do that. A lot of work in that one meeting.
All right, so let's decide now. If it's a technology committee, who are they going to piggyback?
Well, let's get the motion, and we don't need to have that be part of the motion. I think we can deal with that offline, because we have to also look at the agendas for one or the other committees first,
Which we're working on. We're working on them.
Right. So let's keep that open. Okay.
Okay. Who seconded it? Bruce, you reiterate Member Wong said.
It was Member Schmidt seconded it. Member Wong moved it. Okay. Anything else, members? Okay. Let's open up for public comment. *6 to unmute yourself. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Do we have public commenters?
Any public comment? Last call for public comment, *6 to unmute. Okay, hearing no more public comment. Any last thoughts, members? Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Number one.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Padmanabhan, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. West Yankee.
Aye.
West Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Wong, seconded by Member Schmidt to refer this matter to the Technology Committee for consideration to develop a communication, including the suggested points by former Task Force member Pilpel and other committee decisions necessary to be delivered to the pertinent meeting bodies, committees, Board of Supervisors, and the mayor, and that the recommendation be returned to the task force in April.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, please call the next item.
Item number 11, hearing composition of task force packets, mandatory review pilot program. But I can't is that
The numbers, please, it's hard to hear, Ms. Leger.
I don't have a written report. What I can tell you is every time I send out a notice to the respondent, the suggested respondent packet material is also included. I haven't had enough time to put together the information that Chair Wolf was requesting, but I can get this material together by April. Anybody have questions?
Cheryl, this is Vice Chair Yankee. Just a quick question. Have you gotten any feedback from any of the departments or respondents?
Yeah, no, I'm not getting any feedback. I'm not having anybody say, this is ridiculous. Nobody said, oh, I have no problem doing this. There's no commentary on what we're asking them to do.
Okay.
They're just providing their responses. It doesn't seem to be any different than what we had been experiencing, since I've been at the task force. It seems to be that respondents and custodian are going to prepare what materials they think they need to for their
And I know we have a bit of a backlog. I'm just curious, have any of the files that included this, have they made their way to any committees yet? And I wonder if any committees have seen files that had a response using this packet, if they, or maybe it's too soon. I don't know how far the backlog is.
It's too soon. I don't think that the responses have been any different, like I said, from the other responses we've gotten. We, just for this month, probably only had 7 new cases. And as far as the, this will be provided in the administrative report. As far as the number of cases that we've had, and we just, for the month of January and February, we just have not had a lot of new open cases. So, and we are all caught up on our list of cases that have come through. The newest ones are going to be scheduled before the complaint committee, and whatever's left will go to CAC or EOT. We do have an EOT meeting scheduled where we're going to be reviewing Mr. Hillier's complaints. He has like 7 of them. Victor's been in communication with Chris Highland. That's kind of where we stand. But I haven't seen anything unusual. I haven't seen anybody specifically itemize their response as outlined in member neighbors document.
Anybody else?
This is Member Stein. There was some other material in there in this item that dealt with some of the composition of the agenda packets, not just the respondent documents, that had to do with the fax mail complaint form, for instance, that I redid and I'm trying to get revised. I don't know if that was supposed to be in here because it wasn't quite all part of the same motion, but I think there's a suggestion in the materials here to use the SOTF ordinance language in the introductory material, and I just wanted to push back against that a little bit. I had changed it kind of from that because I felt like it was difficult language to parse and it wasn't as clear as just trying to state things in plain form. But I do think it could be useful to take some of the wording that tries to state things in a kind of clear form and maybe just include like see section blah, blah, blah of the act as a reference point for people who want to look at the exact language. And I kind of take this from just looking at pages of tax document instruction recently where they are trying to describe, the IRS is trying to describe in plain language, but then they're constantly referencing you back to the sections that they're talking about so that if you want to go and look specifically at it, you can. So I would recommend doing that, but I'm not sure that that was supposed to be in this item really, but I bring it up because I saw it there.
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I think you're right. I think you had a proposed member Stein. This was separate from member Neighbors' proposal, right? And I think this one on the agenda is member Neighbors' proposal, and I think somehow some email correspondence with you ended up being attached to it, which kind of is confusing a little bit. But because now I'm confused looking through it because I thought this was the one that the member Neighbors, and I see an email now with you in there. I'm a little confused also.
Yeah, so am I.
Also, I don't even recall having seen this note before, so I'm not even sure that it was an email as much as just something that got typed up. I'm not sure. But anyway, my email, yes, but sort of this suggestion that the fax mail complaint form go back to the kind of SOTF language. So that's the only reason I bring it up, but I don't think it necessarily was supposed to go along with this item.
So this is Vice Chair Yankee again. Cheryl, so in April, do you think there's more, if we were to revisit this in April, do you think there's more information you could provide regarding how this?
Well, this is actually coming through to respondents when they prepare their documents and things. Yeah, I do think there is more information, and I'm happy to do that.
So maybe based on that, I'll make a motion to continue this as an agenda item for the April meeting.
Is there a second?
Can we say just to continue the part having to do with the respondents?
Yeah. To be clear, to continue the discussion item on the respondent packet pilot program to the meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, great. Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Stein. Anything further? Okay, let's open up for public comment. *6 to unmute. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Are there any public commenters? Bruce, you're on mute.
Any public comment? Last call for public comment. *6 to unmute. Okay, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan, absent. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Stein to continue the discussion on the item on respondent package pilot program.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Please call the next item.
Item number 12, National Sunshine Week, March 13 to 19.
So I'm bringing this up because it's our bailiwick. Should we do something, join something, participate or partner with other events? How should we celebrate this, if at all?
We should tweet out every line of the Sunshine Ordinance. No, I'm kidding.
Do we have a Twitter account?
We should.
We should really, actually. That could be kind of powerful, honestly.
Well, we
It could be very powerful.
Yeah.
We have authority to make public announcements. The ordinance provides that.
Maybe we should start a Twitter account in honor of National Sunshine Week and start tweeting our determinations and who they're against and what sections were violated.
Who's going to do that?
Me? I'll do it. Yeah.
I think whatever we do, we should definitely do it on March 17th, which also happens to be St. Patrick's Day.
Ooh.
That'll definitely get lost in the shuffle.
Well, not if we have something in person, passing out drinks. I mean, that's where I was going with this, but
oh,
I mean, how many other?
I don't think we have the budget for that.
BYOB.
What we could do, what may be a good idea is Society of Professional Journalists, who we have three representatives for here on the task force. They usually have something going on, and might want to maybe sponsor something with them. I can check in with, or you folks who represent here on the task force from them can check in with them also.
Well, sunshine stuff, usually comes through the FOI committee. So yes, I can check with them. Although that is, Sunshine Week is coming up soon. Usually during March, there's the James Madison Freedom of Information Awards. Obviously, well, maybe not obviously. We're not back to in-person events yet, but those usually happen this month.
And maybe something, is there something internally that we could do? We could, I don't know, create a video message that be sent around the city family and the public. And do something like that to commemorate the week. Like you want to say something, Matt.
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually really like Member Stein's idea to start an account and publish something. I think several members of the public have periodically commented they would like to see us have more of a social media presence, And I think that's a quick and easy way and a free way to get some of our information out there, right? And who knows how many people, but if we could just basically just send out agendas, meeting minute packets, and our determinations, I think that's a great start. And is just another way, they're kind of buried on our website as it is. So
that's something an EOTC committee could take on. It could even be like a rotating role of different members of the EOTC to just tweet out, things that we've determined or things that are relevant or, important questions that we're asking or considering.
I'd like to get our budget ask in there, that nice document we have already. Kind of slip that in. A little gratuitous, but maybe at the bottom somewhere. And that's a nice piece as it is, and thanks to everyone's work on that.
I think this is a great idea. One thing I would advise as somebody who's been involved in organizations where people change, please can we make sure that this Twitter account is associated with a fixed email address that will stick with the task force and not walk away with an individual?
Yeah, it's associated probably with the SOTF at SF.gov email address. Even if people have access to it beyond that.
Well, let's say I don't know if Victor is still here or not, but maybe we could find out if that could be set up by from our office end then, because they would have to have the kind of the confirmation back and forth to create the account.
Especially if other people are logging in, because then, anybody who's tried to share an account, sometimes then you need to verify your identity. And so you need to be able to connect back to the person who has that email account.
Okay. Let's see if we can end here on as close to 9 o'clock as possible. Is there a motion to do something? Whose hand is up? I don't know if that hand was for a member. It's not one of us.
There was certainly an anonymous hand up on my screen. I don't know what that means.
Oh, public comment, maybe?
Yeah, but let's wait for that. Let's get a motion on the floor.
Well, all right, I'll make a motion. I'll move that we explore creating a Twitter account to celebrate National Sunshine Week.
You don't want to just create one? You just want to explore?
Well, we have to figure out how feasible it is.
I don't want to assign too much to Victor and Joe right now if Victor's not available, but
I don't think we could. It's really a whole job. It's a little bit of a job, right? It's sort of an outreach thing. But I would say explore it too and explore the feasibility of it with the current resources that we have.
That doesn't mean implement it.
So,
and how does that help us for Sunshine Week?
Because it's something that should be done, and we're making the effort to see if we can do it. I don't know. I feel like ideally, if we had more notice, it would been nice to write a little op-ed or something about Sunshine Week and why sunshine matters and what sunshine means in San Francisco or something. But I'm not that fast to turn something like that around.
Well, if somebody writes something and folks can independently sign on to it, doesn't have to necessarily be from here, from here. You can do it independently. That might be something, or we just say that we're going to do some sort of written commemoration and have it published somewhere, maybe in our representative from SPJ's publication. Member LaHood.
that we don't typically do op-ed. That's kind of a rare thing for us, so I can't actually say that. I mean, SPJ could post something, but the public press has a different method for deciding for determining what gets published.
Okay, just thought I'd ask on the off chance.
You know,
well,
I mean, do we feel comfortable enough to vote to say that we want to start a Twitter account that is going to communicate out important information from the task force as soon as possible, without only saying we're going to explore it? Because if we figure it out quickly, wouldn't it be nice to like jump on it and get it going?
Sure, it'd be great to have, I think, our first tweet during that week, perhaps, at least something to commemorate it. I think that's a great idea.
I think this is totally possible. My words of caution were only about making sure that it was set up properly in order to be able to maintain continuity and to make sure that the task force did not lose access to the account, which, as I said, I have witnessed happen more than once.
Okay, so I'll amend my motion to say that in commemoration of National Sunshine Week, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force will endeavor to create and post to Twitter relevant information as soon as possible.
I think you said as soon as possible, although it was drowned out by typing.
I did, yes.
Wait a minute.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, so moved by Member Yankee, second by Member LaHood. Ms. Leger, did you get the motion?
Trying to do.
Could we kick it to a committee to do the groundwork on that?
We can assign it to the technology committee because they're
going to meet.
I don't know if we're going to be able to meet by the 15th.
Oh, or EOTC. Not to throw it on someone else, but it just seems like outreach.
I think, yeah, I think just for the matter of time, I think if Matt and I work with staff to try and get it rolling, I think that'll be the fastest way.
Yeah, if we just work with Cheryl and Victor, and just if we were to just A, create it, and B, maybe just make an inaugural post that says, "Welcome to our Twitter account. Please follow for information on the activities." If we get that out by National Sunshine Week, at least it gives us a start.
Yeah,
and I don't think really needs a committee to do that. For a sentence or two on there.
Okay, so Matthew, you are moving that in commemoration of National Sunshine Week, the task force will endeavor to post to Twitter information.
To create a Twitter account and post information on Twitter as soon as possible.
So moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member LaHood. Are we ready? Let's open up for public comment. Any public comment on this item? Star 6 to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now.
Mm-hmm.
And I raised my hand like a, David Bilpel. Sorry, I've been monitoring redistricting, which is doing a fine job of coming up with lots of reasons not to do maps for reasons that no one understands. So I believe that you're on the National Sunshine Week item and proposing to endeavor to create a Twitter account. Is that what I understood?
To actually create one.
Got it. So my comment is, I guess that's fine. I would encourage you to think through, not necessarily at this meeting, but offline, who's going to manage that and issues around access and records preservation and blah, blah, blah. And just bear in mind that there was a complaint a long time ago, I believe, from Michael Petrellis about the police department blocking access to their Twitter feed for him or others that they didn't like, and that there was all kinds of brouhaha, for lack of a better term, about the city and its use of social media and how much of that constituted a public record or a meeting or a forum, and all kinds of issues around that. And I would just caution you not to set yourself up for people who may want to take advantage of that somehow or use or misuse it in ways that are either foreseeable or not foreseeable. So although it may appear to be a benefit, it might also come with its own huge set of issues to manage, and whether or not your staff or members of the task force have capacity to deal with all of that is may be a consideration. I will leave it at that and comment later about other things. Thanks for listening.
Any other public comment? Star 6 to unmute. Last call. Public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Any last thoughts, members? Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call a roll.
Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan, absent. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member LaHood, that in commemoration of National Sunshine Week, the task force will endeavor to create a Twitter account to post as soon as possible.
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Pelpel, for your advice. Appreciate it. Okay, let's call the next item.
The next item is my administrative report. I will pull that up so I can follow along. Okay. Beginning of the report outlines task force and committee hearings from March 2nd today until May 24th, ending with the Compliance and Amendments Committee. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 new cases that came in this month. The next section, section 3, outlines the figures for requesters, how many are individual requesters or are anonymous. It also outlines the number of complaints that we had last month. The number has gone up by 5. We have 65 complaints that are ready for task force hearing. Pending hearing committees are about 116. I've included the complaint committee minutes of February 15 in draft form. I've also included public communications from Winship Hillier and Anonymous. And we had I received approximately 211 emails this last period. That does not include administrative emails that I get from people that are asking questions. I take phone calls, and that's pretty much it. Anybody got any questions?
Yeah, this is Vice Chair Yankee. Quick question for you, Cheryl. I just noticed there's a striking case from 2018, and I was just curious if you knew what that was and why that's still out there.
It is Mr. Sullivan's case. He's asked for a reconsideration.
Oh, it's that one. Okay, got it.
That's the only 2018 case, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. It's a reconsideration. That's why it's still on there.
Yep.
I also have a question. Sorry, I have a question that's just more fundamental, which is I wanted to ask, like, what is the rationale for listing all the email communication that you have, and how do you determine what communication is listed? Like, I've noticed I've emailed you occasionally and that's never listed there. So is it just like the emails with complainants? But also, what is the rationale for listing it? Because I'm wondering, like, how long does it take to prepare this part of the report? And do other city agencies have reports where they're listing every email communication? Do we need it? Is my question.
This is Victor Young.
Yeah.
I believe there is a requirement in the Sunshine Ordinance to maintain a log of communications, and we do exclude communications related to specific complaints get inserted into those files, and communications among members and staff, we do not include that as part of our communications. But I believe there's a requirement. It's been so long since I've read it, I'm not sure where it's listed, but there is a requirement that we maintain a log of our communications.
Okay.
6729-7.
Okay, that answers my question.
Records shall be maintained.
All right.
All right. Anything else? So while we're here and we have the dates of the committees up there, current members of the technology committee have been Member Wong, Vice Chair Yankee, and myself. Is there anyone else who would like to join that committee?
Chair Wolf, I think the website shows different members. What you just said, it looks like it's. Let me pull it up here. I just set it up. Looks like it was you, Member Wong, Member Stein, and Member Padmanabhan.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah,
we
that
got changed. Okay, it's been a while, so we can leave it at that. Member Stein, are you still interested?
Sure. I didn't know I was on that committee, so, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. So there.
Back in October and November, we asked people what committees they would want to be assigned to. And that's why it's been updated.
Okay.
So in that case, before we get to the April meeting to provide any recommendations, we have March 8th, March 15th, and March 22nd, where there are current committees meeting, and we could meet before or after those committees. I don't know what their agendas are currently and how long they usually run till at this point. Maybe those chairs can or members can give us some idea. We can do this right now.
What's your question? How long do we anticipate? How long do we go?
Yeah, how long are your meetings? What time do you go till?
Complaint committee has gone till, I think the last meeting adjourned at 8:45.
Okay, so let's not do it on that day unless you want to do it before the meeting, like at 4:30.
Yeah, this is Member Wong. I might suggest we do it either before the EOTC or the complaint committee.
Okay, so the 8th, I can do that on the 8th, and on the 15th.
What time does the EOTC usually meet?
5:30.
Right, it's right there, 5:30. Yeah.
So 4:30 on the 8th.
Yeah, I can do either.
Okay. Jen?
Yeah, that would work for me. I think we should also check with Member Padmanabhan.
Okay.
We should be back by then.
I'd just like to note, if you are scheduling it for March 8th, we need to get an agenda out tomorrow. Or Friday.
Do we want to move it to the following week? Give staff a little more time?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So then 4:30 on the 15th? This is a one-off meeting.
Yeah. Who's the head of that? Like, who's responsible for coming up with the agenda?
We don't really have a chair of the committee per se. Hasn't met that often, so I'll put it together. That's fine. Okay, so let's do that. We'll schedule the tech committee for Tuesday, March 15th at 4:30.
Okay.
Member Highland here. Victor, could I ask you a quick question? This is really about EOTC next week. I see in your email you're confirming that Greer is still at BHC.
Yes, he is still the administrator for that body.
And is he about to be replaced?
Not anytime soon.
Oh, so that was misinformation we received from Hillier?
In speaking with Mr. Greer, he says, I believe April contract renewals are due. He may be replaced in April, but not until that time. Because he is not a city employee, he's an outside contractor.
Got it. Yeah, it would have been neat to have the new person start on that meeting and get a fresh slate from us, but okay, it is what it is. Thank you.
Okay. Public comment on the administrator's report. Any public comment? Star 6 to unmute.
David Pilpel.
Please wait for Ms. Leger.
David, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we're on item 13, the administrator's report. Check.
Yes.
Okay, so 5 comments. First, it looks like there's still almost 200 cases pending, with 65 awaiting a hearing at the full task force. So even at the rate of 6 per meeting, which seems ambitious, that would take 10 months to get through those cases, and even upping that to 8 per meeting would still require 8 months to get through those hearings at the rate of 1 meeting a month. I think at this point I give up on my AB 361 memo that I crafted months ago. It seems incredibly dated at this point, plus the hybrid meetings that boards and commissions are going to be starting next week under the Mayor's 45th supplement pose new challenges that I hadn't fully contemplated. And if the task force wants to be timely on that, I would encourage you to consider a communication to charter boards and commissions that are subject to meeting in person with remote access for the public starting next week, and giving guidance on how you think that could play out in practical terms. Third item, in general, the task force doesn't seem proactive to me on meeting issues in general, and almost completely focused on complaints. And I think that's unfortunate at this point. April 27th is coming soon. I believe that 9 seats on the task force are up this year, it being an even numbered year. The Board of Supervisors Rules Committee could schedule appointments at any time. And finally, I'm also wondering what the status is of the annual report for either this year or last year, heck, any old year. Those are my thoughts on the administrator's report. Thanks for listening.
Just to let you know that I guess before you arrived, that was the purpose of the technology, not technology committee, that we were, I don't remember which committee we referred it to for the AB 361, because we also got advice from the city attorney just today, I think it was, that we're to continue until further notice to implement 361. So we're gonna put together a communication about that, including your points, Mr. Pelpel.
Okay, if I can just respond very briefly, may I?
Sure.
Okay. So yes, my understanding is that this task force, not being a charter board or commission, will still be meeting by remote teleconference, but there are a specific listed set of charter boards and commissions, I forget how many, that were subject to the 45th supplement and will be meeting in person starting on Monday with remote option for the public to participate. And as I suggested, that will create new challenges that have not existed in general in the last 2 years. So that was my point, but I was not suggesting that my comment impacts the operations of this task force, just the ability of the task force to make practical suggestions to other boards, commissions, and policy bodies in the city relative to implementing the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance in its meetings. Thanks.
Well, if you or anyone else on the call and the public are interested in providing any additional suggestions that we would consider including, please do forward them to our office. And our email address is sotf@sfgov.org. Thank you. All right. Anything else on any other public comment? Last call, public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. There's no action on this item. Let's call the next item.
Item number 14, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Anything, members?
Actually, I have a question. I'm wondering if anybody else has encountered the issue I had with Microsoft Teams today. I kept trying to log in and it kept bouncing me out. Any advice on that, or do I need to update the software? If anybody has any thoughts, I will play around with it. Being on the phone has been fine, but I would like for it to work again.
Yeah, I've had that. That was Member LaHood. I had a similar issue earlier. I tried it with the desktop app and got bumped off, and I decided to just open it in a web browser instead.
Okay, I will investigate. Thank you.
Okay.
This is
Anything else, members? Yeah, Vice Chair Yankee, go ahead.
I just had a question, maybe for Cheryl, for upcoming agendas. Are we going to see a return of, or where are you at with getting items potentially on the consent agenda so that we could, maybe make some progress more on the backlog? Or is that something we're going to see on an upcoming agenda?
Yeah, we've got a few cases that can go on the consent agenda. We have not created one recently, so I will work to do that as well. I think we have like 2 cases right now, actually. But...
Okay, great.
Thank you, Cheryl.
All right, anything else? Anything else for the good of this cause? Okay, let's open up for public comment since we had some discussion here. Any public comment on this item? Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Let's call the next item.
Item number 15, adjournment. I have 8:35.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Come on, guys.
We turn into pumpkins in 25 minutes.
We're 2 hours early. What are you talking about? Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Member Highland, second by Member Schmidt. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.
All right,
Thank
I
you.
will stop
Very
recording.
good meeting, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good week.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.